Welcome to the long road and to the Camino de Santiago, the French way. Tonight, we begin a pilgrimage that has drawn travelers for over 1,000 years. Settle in, close your eyes, and let your breathing slow. There's nowhere you need to be but here. We start in the small Basque town of Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port, at the foot of the Pyrenees. From here, we'll climb over the mountains into Spain, through farmland, along an open ridge, and down through beech forest to the ancient pilgrim hospital at Roncesvalles. If you enjoy these walks, please like and subscribe so you don't miss the next one. Now, let the morning come to you. The mist is settling in the valley, and it's time to walk. The morning is still and gray in Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port. Mist hangs in the valley of the Nive, softening the edges of the old stone houses, blurring the line between river and sky. The cobblestones beneath your feet are damp. The air carries the faint smell of bread from a bakery somewhere behind you and the cooler scent of the river below. You stand at the top of the Rue de la Citadelle, looking down its steep slope toward the water. The houses on either side are built of local red sandstone, their lintels carved with dates from the 16 and 1700s. Some bear the scallop shell of St. James. Others carry simple crosses or the initials of families who lived here when this street was already old. The town's name means at the foot of the pass. It has always been a place of gathering before a crossing, a last breath of shelter before the mountains. The kings of Navarra rebuilt its walls in the 13th century, fortifying it as the capital of Lower Navarre. Above you, the citadel still watches over the valley, its star-shaped ramparts redesigned by Vauban, the great military architect of Louis XIV, who saw in this narrow valley a gateway that needed guarding. Vauban never walked the Camino. He came here for war, not pilgrimage. But the fortifications he designed in the late 17th century were built on foundations that had served the same purpose for centuries, controlling the pass, taxing the trade, sheltering the soldiers and the pilgrims alike. The citadel has outlasted every army that used it. Now it houses a school, and the only people passing through its shadow are walkers like you. You begin to descend the Rue de la Citadelle. The cobblestones are uneven, worn smooth in the center by centuries of footfall. A narrow channel of water runs along one side of the street, fed by a spring somewhere above. Your pack settles against your back. Your boots find their rhythm on the stone. At number 39, the pilgrim's office sits behind a wooden door. This is where credentials have been issued since the revival of the Camino in the 1980s, when a handful of walkers rediscovered this ancient route and began the slow work of marking it again. Before that, the path had been quiet for generations. The pilgrimage that once drew hundreds of thousands a year had dwindled to a trickle, nearly forgotten. The street curves and descends. You pass a stone fountain set into a wall, its basin green with moss. The sound of water is constant here, the river below, the springs above, the rain that falls more often than not on this side of the Pyrenees. You reach the bottom of the street and cross the river Nive on a narrow stone bridge. The water is clear and shallow, running over smooth stones on the far bank. The road bends left and begins to climb. Ahead of you, the Port d'Espagne stands where the road leaves the town. It is a simple stone archway, not grand, not imposing, but pilgrims have passed through it for 1,000 years. Roman soldiers walked this way. Medieval traders drove their mules through this gate. Napoleon's armies marched beneath it, and now you pass through it, stepping from the town into the countryside, from shelter into the open air. The gate marks the beginning, 0 kilometers, 25 kilometers to Roncesvalles. The road ahead climbs gently at first, following the river upstream through green fields. The mist is beginning to thin. You can see the lower slopes of the mountains now, dark with trees, rising steeply on both sides of the valley. The path follows a narrow lane between stone walls. Wild blackberry brambles hang over the edges, their fruit dark and soft in the early autumn. The leaves are beginning to turn, not yet the full blaze of color, but a quiet shift, a softening of green toward gold at the margins. Gorse bushes line the lower slopes, their yellow flowers bright against the gray-green hillside. The smell of gorse is faint and sweet, like coconut, barely noticeable unless the breeze carries it directly to you. It mingles with the smell of wet grass and the earthy scent of sheep dung on the pastures above. The road is paved here, a single lane of cracked asphalt winding upward through farmland. Stone farmhouses stand back from the road, their shutters closed, their yards quiet. A rooster calls from somewhere behind a barn. The sound carries in the still air and then fades. You are in the Basque country now. The Basques have lived on both sides of the Pyrenees for at least 7,000 years, longer than any other people in Europe. Their language, Euskara, is unrelated to any other known language on Earth. Linguists have tried for centuries to connect it to something, Berber, Georgian, languages of the Caucasus, and failed. It stands alone, a living relic of a time before the Indo-European migrations that shaped every other tongue in Western Europe. The farmhouses you pass are built in the Basque style, with thick stone walls and wide overhanging roofs. The timber framing is often painted red or dark green. These are working farms, as they have been for millennia. The land here is steep but fertile, fed by the rain that the mountains pull from the Atlantic air. You climb steadily. The road switchbacks once, twice. Your breathing deepens. The valley below is filling with soft light as the mist burns away. You can see the rooftops of St. Jean behind you now, the red tiles bright against the green of the valley floor. A sheep bell rings somewhere above you, then another, slightly different in pitch. The sound is thin and metallic, carrying easily across the open hillside. You cannot see the sheep yet, only hear them, somewhere in the bracken above the road. Bracken fern covers the hillsides in dense, waist-high stands. In summer, it is vivid green. Now, in early autumn, it is beginning to brown at the tips, the fronds curling inward. By winter, it will be flat and rust-colored, a thick mat over the ground. But for now, it still stands tall, swaying slightly in the breeze that moves up the valley. The road levels briefly, and you see a cluster of stone buildings ahead. This is Honto, the last hamlet before the mountain, a handful of farmhouses, a barn, a water trough carved from a single block of stone. There is no shop, no cafe, no sign. Just the buildings and the fields and the sound of water running somewhere nearby. 5 kilometers behind you, 20 to go. The road turns more steeply upward beyond Honto. The paved surface continues, but the gradient increases noticeably. Your calves begin to work harder. You lean slightly forward into the slope. Beyond Honto, the last of the valley's shelter falls away. The hedgerows thin. The stone walls end. The road climbs through open pasture, and for the first time you feel the wind, a steady, cool current moving across the mountainside from the west, carrying the smell of wet grass and something sharper, something mineral, the scent of high places. You look back. The valley of the Nive spreads below you, soft and green, the river a silver thread winding through it. St. Jean is a cluster of red rooftops. Beyond it, the foothills roll away toward the north, toward the flatlands of Aquitaine. You have already climbed 300 meters above the valley floor. The road continues upward in long, sweeping curves. There are no trees here, only grass and bracken and the occasional gorse bush. The sky is wide open above you. Clouds move across it from the west, their shadows sliding over the hillside like slow, dark animals. A griffon vulture circles overhead. Its wingspan is enormous, nearly 3 meters, and it holds its wings perfectly still, riding the updraft that the wind creates as it pushes against the mountainside. The vulture turns slowly, tilting on the air, and you can see the pale underside of its wings and the dark tips of its flight feathers spread like fingers. Griffon vultures nest in the cliffs of the Pyrenees. They are carrion feeders, soaring for hours without a wing beat, scanning the hillsides for the bodies of sheep or wild animals. They can spot a carcass from 2 kilometers away. There is something deeply calming about watching a bird that has no need to hurry, that has mastered the art of effortless suspension. A second vulture joins the first, then a third. They circle in a loose column, rising higher on the thermal, growing smaller against the sky. You watch them for a moment and then continue walking. The gradient eases slightly and you round a bend in the road. Ahead on the mountainside, you see a stone building with a red roof. A terrace with a few tables and chairs faces out over the valley. This is Refuge Orison, the only shelter between St. Jean and the summit of the pass. 8 kilometers walked, 17 remain. You have covered a third of the distance. The steepest climbing is still ahead, but the refuge marks a threshold. You have left the farmland behind and entered the mountain proper. Orison is perched on a ledge in the mountainside, and from its terrace the view reaches back across the entire valley. On a clear day you can see the foothills fading into the haze of the French lowlands. Today the mist has lifted, but a thin veil of cloud softens the horizon. The light is pale and even without shadows. The refuge is a simple building, thick-walled and sturdy, built to withstand the wind that hammers this exposed slope in winter. It sleeps perhaps 30 people. In summer it is full every night. Now, in early autumn, it is quieter. A few packs lean against the wall outside. Steam rises from a coffee cup left on one of the terrace tables. You rest for a moment. The wind moves steadily across the terrace. Cool but not cold. Your body is warm from the climb. You can feel your heartbeat in your temples, gradually slowing as you stand still. This mountainside has been a crossing point for longer than anyone can measure. Roman legions marched this way, part of the road network that connected Bordeaux to Astorga in northwestern Spain. Stone road markers from that era have been found along the route, half buried in the hillside, their Latin inscriptions worn almost smooth by 2,000 years of weather. The Romans called this land the territory of the Vascones, the Basques. They never fully conquered the people here. The Basques paid tribute when it suited them and retreated into their mountains when it did not. The Romans built their road and moved their armies through, but the mountains remained Basque, as they had been before Rome existed, and as they would be long after it fell. After Rome, the pass remained in use. Visigothic armies crossed it. Frankish raiders descended from the north, and then in 778 came the event that would make this mountain famous, not for what happened, but for the poem it inspired 3 centuries later. Charlemagne, king of the Franks, had crossed the Pyrenees with his army to intervene in a dispute among the Muslim rulers of Spain. The campaign was a failure. He besieged Zaragoza and was repulsed. On his way back north, his army sacked the Basque town of Pamplona, an act of frustration that the Basques would not forget. As Charlemagne's long column of soldiers and baggage trains stretched out along the mountain passes, the Basques attacked. They struck the rear guard, the last and most vulnerable section of the army, at a narrow point in the mountains. The soldiers, weighed down with plunder, could not form up to fight in the steep terrain. The Basques killed them, took the baggage, and vanished into the forests they knew so well. Among the dead was a man named Roland, the warden of the Breton March. He was a real person, a military commander of modest importance. In the chronicles of the time, his death merited a single line, but 300 years later, a poet transformed him into something else entirely. The Chanson de Roland, composed around 1100, turned this Basque ambush into a titanic battle between Christians and Saracens. Roland became a hero of impossible courage, blowing his great horn Oliphant until his temples burst, dying with his face toward the enemy. The Basques were written out entirely, replaced by a vast Muslim army. The poem became the foundational epic of French literature, recited in courts across Europe. The real story, a regional ambush by angry Basques avenging the sack of their city, was buried beneath the legend, but the mountains remember. The pass where the ambush took place, which you will cross later today, still bears the name Col de Bentarte. The wind that blows across it has not changed since 778. You leave Orison behind. The road continues upward. The refuge grows smaller behind you, its red roof vivid against the green-brown hillside. Ahead, the slope steepens, and the grass gives way to shorter windswept growth. The wind strengthens as you climb. It comes from the west in a steady, unbroken current, pressing against your left side. You lean into it slightly. Your jacket rustles constantly with the sound of it. The temperature has dropped noticeably. Each 100 meters of elevation strips away another degree of warmth. The road surface changes here. The asphalt ends and gives way to a gravel and dirt track, packed hard by rain and footfall. Your boots crunch on the loose stones. The sound is different from the quiet tap of pavement, rougher, more textured, a sound that belongs to the mountains. There are no buildings now, no walls, no fences. The hillside is open and exposed, covered in short grass and bracken that the wind has beaten flat. The sky feels very close. Clouds stream overhead, moving fast, their bases dark and their tops white where the sun catches them. A red kite passes overhead, lower than the vultures, working the air with quick, precise adjustments of its forked tail. The fork is unmistakable, a deep V shape that no other bird of prey shares. The kite tilts and turns, scanning the grass below for small rodents or insects. Its russet feathers glow briefly as it catches the light. You pass a group of paddock ponies grazing on the hillside. They are small and dark, barely 13 hands high, with thick manes that hang over their eyes. Paddock ponies are semi-wild, native to the Basque Mountains. They have grazed these slopes since prehistoric times. Their likeness appears in cave paintings found in the region, drawn by hands that held charcoal 20,000 years ago. The ponies do not move as you pass. One raises its head and watches you with dark, calm eyes. Its coat is rough and shaggy, built for the weather here. The wind ruffles its mane. It returns to grazing, tearing at the short grass with a steady, rhythmic sound. The path continues to climb. Your breathing is audible now, a steady in and out that matches the rhythm of your steps. The world has narrowed to the track ahead, the wind and the slow work of your legs carrying you upward. Sheep appear on the slope above you, scattered across the hillside in loose groups. Their bells ring with every movement, a high, clear sound that the wind carries toward you and then away. The sheep are sturdy and thick-wooled, bred for this terrain. They watch you pass with yellow, horizontal pupilled eyes and then return to their grazing. The smell of the mountain is clean and sharp. Wet grass, stone, the mineral tang of the wind that has crossed the high peaks to reach you. There is no trace of human habitation in the air, no smoke, no cooking, no engine exhaust. Only the mountain itself, ancient and unhurried. You look up. The ridge line is visible now, a long, undulating crest against the sky. It looks close, but you know it is not. Distances are deceptive on open mountainsides. What appears to be a 20-minute walk may take an hour. You settle into your pace and do not hurry. The track narrows and steepens. Loose stones shift under your boots. You pick your way carefully, placing each foot on the most stable ground. The wind is constant, a companion now rather than an obstacle. You have stopped noticing it as something separate from yourself. Far below to your right, the valley has become a patchwork of tiny green fields, each one bounded by hedgerows or stone walls that from this height look like pencil lines drawn on paper. A road winds through the valley floor, a thin gray ribbon. You cannot see any movement on it. The world below looks still and miniature, like something seen through the wrong end of a telescope. The clouds are lower here, or rather you are higher. Wisps of gray drift across the hillside, dampening your face and hands. For a few minutes you walk through cloud, a soft, featureless gray that muffles sound and hides the world beyond arm's reach. Then the breeze strengthens and tears a gap, and the view rushes back, wide and deep and bright. You have been climbing for hours now. Your body has found its rhythm, the steady cadence of uphill walking that you could maintain almost indefinitely. Your legs move without conscious thought. Your breathing is deep and regular. There is a quietness in this kind of sustained effort, a narrowing of attention to the immediate and the physical. The track levels briefly and you see a small stone structure beside the path. A pipe emerges from the rock face, and water flows from it in a thin, clear stream, falling into a stone basin. This is the Fontaine de Roland, the spring where legend says Roland struck his sword Durandal into the rock and water burst forth. 14 kilometers walked, 11 remain. You pause and watch the water fall from the pipe. It is cold and clear, fed by some hidden reservoir within the mountain. The stone around the pipe is green with moss, bright against the gray rock. The legend of Roland's sword has many versions. In some, Durandal was a gift from Charlemagne, forged by the legendary smith Wayland. In others, it was brought by an angel. The sword was said to contain relics in its hilt: a tooth of St. Peter, blood of St. Basil, hair of St. Denis, a piece of the Virgin Mary's robe. Whether any of this is true matters less than the fact that people believed it, and that their belief gave this spring a name and a story that has lasted 1,000 years. Roland himself, the real Roland, not the hero of the poem, was probably a competent but unremarkable military officer. He held the Breton March, a frontier territory in what is now Brittany, defending it against raids from the Celtic Bretons. His death at Roncesvalles was one of many setbacks in Charlemagne's long reign. It was the anonymous poet of the chanson who made him immortal. The poet understood something that history books often miss, that people need stories more than they need facts. The story of a brave man dying for his faith against impossible odds was more useful to an 11th century audience than the truth of a regional skirmish. So the poet gave them Roland as they needed him to be, and Roland has been that ever since. You leave the spring behind and continue upward. The track is rougher now, more rock than dirt. The vegetation is sparser, the bracken has given way to low, wind-cropped grass and patches of bare earth. The ridge is close. The final approach to the ridge is the steepest section of the climb. The track zigzags up a bare hillside and you can see walkers ahead of you, small figures moving slowly upward against the gray-green slope. The wind is strong here, funneled by the shape of the mountain into a steady blast that makes your eyes water. You lean into the gradient. Each step requires a deliberate effort now. Your thighs burn with the sustained work of climbing. But the burn is not unpleasant. It is the body doing what it was built to do, carrying you upward through an ancient landscape. The Pyrenees formed 55 million years ago, when the Iberian tectonic plate, carrying what is now Spain and Portugal, collided with the European plate. The collision was slow, measured in centimeters per year, but the forces involved were unimaginable. The seafloor was crumpled and lifted. layers of limestone and sandstone that had been deposited over millions of years, pushed up into mountains that once rivaled the Alps in height. The rock beneath your feet was once the floor of an ancient sea. The limestone contains the compressed remains of countless marine organisms, shells, corals, the tiny skeletons of creatures that lived and died in warm, shallow water. Now that seafloor is 1,400 meters above the ocean, exposed to wind and rain and the boots of passing walkers. The ridge appears suddenly. One moment you are climbing with the slope blocking your forward view. The next, you crest the ridge and the world opens up on both sides. You have reached the Col de la Poudre. 18 kilometers walked. 7 remain, and all of them downhill. You stand at 1,430 meters, the highest point of today's walk. To the north, behind you, the green hills of France roll away into the distance. To the south, ahead of you, Spain unfolds, a different landscape, drier, browner, the hills sharper and more angular. The Col de la Poudre is a wind gap, a geological feature formed when a river that once flowed through this notch changed course or dried up, leaving the pass high and dry between two valleys. The water is gone, but the notch remains, a natural passage through the mountain wall that humans have used for as long as they have walked these hills. The wind is strongest here, funneled through the gap with nothing to slow it. It pushes against you steadily, cold and clean, carrying the smell of the high places, stone and grass and the faint metallic scent of weather moving in from the Atlantic. You pull your jacket tighter. From this point, you can see the path ahead descending into Spain. It drops steeply at first, crossing an open hillside, and then disappears into a dark band of forest, the beech woods that cover the northern slopes of the mountains between 900 and 1,400 meters. Beyond the forest, invisible from here, lies Roncesvalles. You stand for a moment at the highest point. The effort of the climb is behind you. Your breathing slows, your heartbeat steadies. The wind presses against your back now, as if urging you onward, southward, into Spain. The descent begins. Your body adjusts to the change, different muscles engage. Your knees take the weight that your thighs carried on the way up. The track is steep and rocky, and you place your feet carefully, testing each step before committing your weight. The landscape changes quickly on this side of the ridge. The open, wind-scoured grassland gives way to taller vegetation. Ferns appear, then low bushes, then the first scattered trees, small, wind-bent beeches with leaves just beginning to turn from green to amber. The light changes too. On the French side, the sky was wide and gray. Here, as you descend, patches of sunlight break through the thinning cloud, warming the hillside in shifting golden pools. The contrast between sun and shadow makes the autumn colors glow. You can hear birds now, the high, sharp calls of crows somewhere in the trees below, and the softer sound of smaller birds you cannot see. The silence of the exposed ridge is behind you. The descent has its own soundtrack, quieter and more varied than the wind-dominated world above. The track passes over a broad, wind-swept saddle. This is the Col de Bentarte at 1,200 meters, a wide, flat area of short grass between two rises. The wind sweeps across it unobstructed. There is a small monument here, a simple stone marker. 20 kilometers behind you, 5 remain. This is the place where, in 778, the Basques ambushed Charlemagne's rearguard. Standing here, you can understand why. The terrain is perfect for an ambush, a flat, open space where a column of soldiers would bunch together, surrounded by higher ground where attackers could hide and strike from above. The Basques of the 8th century were not a unified kingdom. They were a loose collection of tribes and clans, bound together by language and custom rather than by any central authority. but they were fierce defenders of their homeland, and they knew these mountains as intimately as they knew their own fields. When Charlemagne's army sacked Pamplona, the Basques responded not with a pitched battle, but with the kind of warfare that mountains favor: swift, precise, and devastating. The ambush was over quickly. The Frankish rearguard, strung out along the narrow mountain paths, could not form battle lines. The Basques struck from the high ground, killed the soldiers, seized the baggage train, and melted back into the forests before Charlemagne could turn his main army around. By the time the Frankish king reached the site of the attack, there was nothing left but the dead. The annals of the time record the event in sparse, clinical terms. Einhard, Charlemagne's biographer, mentions the names of several nobles who fell, including Roland. He notes that the Basques escaped because they knew the terrain and moved lightly, while the Franks were burdened with heavy arms. That is all. No epic, no grandeur, no dying hero blowing his horn. Just a brief, efficient massacre in the mountains. 300 years of silence followed, and then the Chanson de Roland transformed this small, bitter fight into the most famous battle in medieval literature. The poet replaced the Basques with Saracens, replaced the ambush with a heroic last stand, and gave the dying Roland a scene of such magnificent grief that it has echoed through French culture ever since. Paintings, operas, statues, all sprung from a Basque raid on a baggage train. You leave the Col de Bentarte behind. The track descends more steeply now, and the trees close in on both sides. You are entering the beech forest. The transition is sudden. One moment you are on open hillside with the sky above you. The next you are under canopy, a dense ceiling of leaves that filters the light into a soft, golden-green glow. The temperature drops. The wind, which has been your constant companion since Orison, falls away to nothing. In its place, silence. Not true silence. The beech forest has its own sounds, but they are quieter, gentler than the wind of the ridge. Leaves rustle in a breeze you can barely feel. A branch creaks somewhere above. Water drips from the canopy. The trees are still wet from yesterday's rain, and each gust sends a fine shower of droplets down through the layers of leaves. The path is different here. Instead of gravel and bare rock, you walk on a carpet of fallen leaves and soft earth. Beech nuts crunch underfoot, small, triangular husks scattered thickly across the track. The earth is dark and rich, the color of strong coffee built up over centuries by the annual fall and decay of leaves. The beech trees are tall and straight, their trunks smooth and gray, like columns in a cathedral. The analogy is not original, but it is unavoidable. There is something architectural about a mature beech forest, a sense of space and proportion that feels designed rather than grown. The canopy meets overhead in sweeping arches. The light falls through the leaves like light through stained glass. These forests grow in a specific band on the mountain between 900 and 1400 meters. Above that altitude, the wind is too strong and too constant for trees to survive. Below 900 meters, the beeches give way to oaks and chestnuts, which prefer the warmer, more sheltered valleys. This band of beech forest is the mountain's green belt, a strip of dense woodland that circles the slopes like a ring. In autumn, the beech leaves turn from green to gold to amber to deep copper. The change is not yet complete. Most of the canopy is still green, but here and there you see branches that have begun to turn, their leaves a pale, luminous yellow that catches the filtered light and seems almost to produce its own glow. The smell of the forest is rich and complex. Damp earth, leaf mold, the faint sweetness of decaying wood. Moss, there is moss everywhere, coating the bases of the trees, covering the rocks beside the path, growing in thick green cushions on fallen logs. The air is humid and still, heavy with the scent of living and dying thing. A crow calls from somewhere in the canopy, a harsh, ragged sound that echoes between the tree trunks. Then another answers from further away. The crows are invisible, hidden in the upper branches, but their calls create a sense of space, a map of the forest drawn in sound. The path descends steadily through the trees. It is rocky in places, the exposed roots of beeches crossing the track like thick ropes. You step over them carefully. The footing is uncertain, the wet leaves are slippery, and the rocks are covered in a thin film of moisture that makes them treacherous. Lichen covers the rocks beside the path, pale green and gray, growing in intricate branching patterns that look like tiny forests in miniature. Lichen is not a single organism, but a partnership between a fungus and an alga, living together in a relationship so old and so successful that it has colonized every continent on Earth, including Antarctica. You walk on. The forest is deeply peaceful. The world outside, the wind, the open sky, the wide views, feels far away, separated from you by the curtain of leaves. In here, the world is small and close and quiet. Each step takes you a little further down the mountain, a little closer to Roncesvalles. The light shifts as you descend. The cloud above the canopy thins, and shafts of warm light pierce through gaps in the leaves, falling in bright columns to the forest floor. Where the light touches, the colors intensify, the green of the moss becomes electric, the amber of the turning leaves becomes gold, the gray of the tree trunks takes on a silvery sheen. A stream crosses the path, running over flat stones in a shallow, clear flow. You step across it carefully. The water is very cold snow melt and rain, filtered through the mountain's limestone bones. It makes no more than a whisper as it moves, a soft, continuous sound that blends with the dripping of water from the canopy above. You have been walking for many hours now. Your body has settled into a deep, comfortable fatigue. Your legs move steadily. Your breathing is even. Your mind is quiet. The rhythm of walking has emptied you of urgency. There is only the next step, and the next, and the gentle descent through the trees. The beech forest on this side of the Pyrenees is one of the largest in Europe. It stretches for kilometers along the mountain slopes, a continuous band of trees that has grown here since the end of the last ice age, when the glaciers retreated and the beaches slowly colonized the bare, newly exposed mountainsides. The trees around you are old. Some of the trunks are more than a meter across, their bark smooth and unbroken, marked only by the pale scars where branches have fallen away over decades. A beech can live for 300 years or more. The oldest trees in this forest were seedlings when the Spanish Armada sailed. They have stood through wars and plagues and the slow turning of centuries. You notice that the forest floor is remarkably clear. Unlike an oak wood, where undergrowth crowds between the trunks, a beech forest is open and park-like beneath the canopy. The dense shade of the beech leaves suppresses almost all growth below. Only moss and a few shade-tolerant plants survive in the perpetual twilight beneath the canopy. A fallen tree lies across the slope to your left, its trunk slowly returning to the earth. Fungi grow along its length, shelf-like brackets of pale cream and brown, feeding on the dead wood, breaking it down into the soil that will nourish the next generation of trees. The cycle is slow and patient and ongoing. The path curves around a large boulder. The rock is gray limestone, its surface pitted and weathered, covered in patches of lichen. It looks as though it has always been here, but it has not. It was carried to this spot by glacial ice during the last ice age, some 20,000 years ago, and left behind when the ice melted. A stone traveler that arrived long before you and will remain long after. The descent steepens. The path switches back and forth across the hillside, losing altitude in a series of long traverses separated by sharp turns. Your knees absorb the impact of each downward step. The forest is dense on both sides, the trees pressing close to the path. You can hear something new, a bell deeper and more resonant than the sheep bells of the upper pasture. It comes from below, from somewhere in the valley that is still hidden by the trees. It is the bell of the Collegiate Church of Roncesvalles, calling across the forest as it has called for 800 years. The sound carries through the trees, muffled and softened by the leaves, so that it reaches you not as a clear ring but as a warm, low pulse, felt as much as heard. It is the sound of arrival, of the end of the day's walk, of shelter waiting. The trees begin to thin. More light reaches the forest floor. The path widens. You can see gaps in the canopy ahead, and through them, the gray stone of buildings. You emerge from the forest into a clearing. Before you stands a cluster of stone buildings, the monastery complex of Roncesvalles. The stone is gray and weathered, the roof's dark slate. The collegiate church rises above the other buildings, its Gothic windows tall and narrow, its walls buttressed against the mountain weather. 25 kilometers. The first day is done. You stand at the edge of the clearing and feel the weight of the walk settle into your body, not as pain, but as a deep, satisfied tiredness, the kind that comes from sustained physical effort in the open air. Roncesvalles has sheltered pilgrims since 1132, when Bishop Sancho de la Rosa of Pamplona founded a hospital here for those arriving over the Pyrenees. The bishop understood what the mountain could do to travelers: the cold, the wind, the exhaustion of the long climb, and the steep descent. He built a place of refuge at the foot of the pass, where the weary could rest, the injured could be treated, and the dead could be buried. The Augustinian canons who staffed the hospital maintained it for centuries. They fed the pilgrims, tended their wounds, and kept the road over the pass in repair. At its peak, the hospital served thousands of travelers a year. It was not only a place of charity but a feat of logistics, feeding and housing that many people in this remote mountain location required a constant supply chain of food, fuel, and medicine. The canons also maintained the path itself. Mountain roads require constant upkeep. Storms wash away sections, trees fall across the track, snow and ice destroy the surface every winter. Without the canons' steady work, the pass would have become impassable within a generation. Their labor, repeated year after year for centuries, kept this crossing open. You walk toward the church. The clearing is quiet. A few other walkers sit on the stone wall that borders the path, their packs beside them, their faces showing the same mixture of fatigue and contentment that you feel. No one speaks loudly here. The place has a gravity that discourages noise. The collegiate church is 13th century Gothic, built in the French style that was fashionable when Navarre was closely linked to France. Its pointed arches and ribbed vaults would not be out of place in the Ile-de-France. But there is something sterner about this building, something that speaks of its mountain location. The walls are thicker, the windows narrower, the buttresses more massive than a lowland church would need. Inside, the nave is tall and dim. The light comes through the narrow windows in pale, filtered shafts, illuminating the stone floor and the carved wooden choir stalls. The air is cool and still, scented with old stone and the faint trace of candle wax. In a chapel to one side stands the tomb of Sancho VII of Navarra, called the Strong. He was said to be over 2 meters tall, a giant by medieval standards, towering over his contemporaries. His effigy lies on the tomb, stone hands folded across his chest, his stone face calm and severe. Sancho's fame rests on a single day, the 16th of July 1212, at the Battle of Las Navas de Tolosa in southern Spain. A combined Christian army faced the Almohad Caliph Muhammad al-Nasir and his vast force. The battle seemed unwinnable. The Caliph's personal bodyguard, a wall of chained slaves, formed an impenetrable barrier around his tent. Sancho led the charge that broke through them, whether he literally broke through a chain, as the stories claim, or whether the chains were a later embellishment, is impossible to know. What is certain is that the Almohad Caliph's camp was overrun, the battle was won, and Sancho took the chains as his trophy. Those chains became the emblem of Navarra. They appear on the kingdom's coat of arms, a network of gold links on a red field. They are still there today, on the flag and the seal of the modern autonomous community of Navarra, a single act of battlefield courage, preserved in heraldry for 800 years. Elsewhere in the church, in a silver reliquary, rests the Virgin of Roncesvalles, a 14th century figure of the Madonna, plated in silver, her face serene and ageless. According to legend, she was found by a shepherd who followed a stag through the forest. The stag had a glowing star between its antlers, and where it stopped, the shepherd found the statue buried in the earth. The story of the stag with the glowing star is a common one in medieval Christianity. Similar tales are told of the founding of dozens of churches and shrines across Europe, but the frequency of this story does not diminish its power. It speaks to something deep in the medieval imagination, the idea that sacred things are hidden in the earth, waiting to be found by the pure of heart. The Gothic cloister that once adjoined the church was destroyed in 1400, when a heavy snowfall collapsed the roof. It was rebuilt in a simpler style, the elaborate tracery of the original replaced by plain arches. The rebuilt cloister still stands, its stones worn smooth by 6 centuries of rain and the passage of countless feet. Outside the church, in a small clearing among the trees, stands the Silo de Carlomagno, a small stone building, round and roofed with slate, that tradition identifies as an ossuary for the bones of Charlemagne's soldiers who fell in the ambush of 778. Whether the bones inside are truly those of Frankish warriors is unknown. The building itself dates from the 12th century, built perhaps to give the legend a physical home. The afternoon light is fading. The sun, hidden behind clouds for most of the day, breaks through briefly in the west, sending long golden rays across the clearing. The stone walls of the church glow warm for a moment, and then the light fades and the gray returns. You walk past the church toward the albergue, the pilgrim hostel. It is a long stone building, functional rather than beautiful, designed to house the modern equivalent of the medieval pilgrims who once filled the hospital. Inside, 183 beds are arranged in a single long hall, rows of bunks stretching into the dim distance. The albergue is quiet at this hour. A few walkers are already in their bunks resting. Others sit on the edges of their beds, tending to their feet, sorting through their packs. The sounds are small and domestic, the zip of a bag, the rustle of a sleeping bag being unrolled, the soft murmur of a conversation in a language you cannot quite identify. You find a bunk and set down your pack. The mattress is thin but adequate. You sit and unlace your boots, and the relief of freeing your feet after 25 kilometers is immediate and profound. The air touches your skin, your toes flex and spread. The fatigue is settling into you now, a deep whole-body weariness that is not unpleasant. Your muscles are warm and loose, your joints are stiff but not painful. You have carried yourself and your pack over a mountain pass from France into Spain, from one country into another, and your body knows it. Outside, the evening is gathering. The beech forest on the mountain above is a dark band against the gray sky. The clearing around the monastery is still and quiet. A single crow calls from somewhere in the trees, a long, descending note that fades into silence. The monastery buildings stand as they have stood for centuries, solid and patient against the mountain weather. They have seen hundreds of thousands of pilgrims pass through, some on foot, some on horseback, some barely able to walk, supported by companions or carried on litters. All of them arrived over that same mountain pass, tired and cold and grateful for shelter. The pilgrim hospital that Bishop Sancho de la Rosa founded in 1132 was not a small operation. Records from the 13th and 14th centuries describe a staff of dozens, including priests, doctors, cooks, and servants. The hospital maintained its own farms and herds to supply food. It brewed its own beer. It operated a laundry and a pharmacy. It was, in effect, a small town dedicated entirely to the care of strangers. That dedication was rooted in a simple idea that sheltering a pilgrim was an act of divine service as meritorious as making the pilgrimage itself. The Augustinian canons who lived and worked here believed that every walker who arrived at their door was, in some sense, Christ arriving. They treated the poorest pilgrim with the same care they would offer a king. The tradition continues, though the form has changed. The albergue is run by volunteers now rather than canons. The beds are bunks rather than straw pallets. The meal, when it comes, will be simple but sufficient. And the principle remains that those who walk this ancient way deserve shelter at the end of the day. The light outside the windows has gone blue with dusk. The clearing is empty. The stone buildings are darker shapes against the darkening sky. Somewhere in the forest, an owl calls a long, low note, patient and unhurried. You lie back on your bunk. The ceiling of the albergue is high and beamed with dark wood. The sounds around you are muted and repetitive, breathing, the occasional creak of a bunk, the distant sound of water in a pipe. These are the sounds of a community at rest. Your body replays the day in small, involuntary ways. Your calves twitch with the memory of the climb. Your feet pulse gently with the warmth of increased blood flow. Your shoulders carry the ghost weight of your pack, a sensation that will linger even after you have set it down. You think of the Porte d'Espagne, the old stone gate where the walk began. It seems a long time ago. The cobblestones of St. Jean, the blackberry brambles along the lane, the first sight of the mountains rising above the valley, all of it feels distant now, separated from you by the effort of the climb and the quiet of the descent. You think of the ridge, the wind at the Col de la Poudre, the view that opens suddenly from France into Spain. The two countries laid out on either side of a mountain crest, different and yet continuous, separated by a line of rock that has been crossed and recrossed for millennia. You think of the beech forest, the sudden stillness after the wind, the golden light filtering through the canopy, the soft earth underfoot after hours of rock and gravel. The forest wrapped around you like a shelter within a shelter, and you walked through it in a state of quiet that was close to sleep. Tomorrow the path continues. It will descend from Roncesvalles through more forest, then emerge into the farmland of Navarra, heading west toward Pamplona. But that is tomorrow. Tonight, the walk is done. The albergue settles into darkness. One by one, the walkers around you fall asleep. Their breathing deepens and slows. The small sounds of the evening conversations, the movement of feet on stone floors, the opening and closing of doors fade away, replaced by the deep collective quiet of exhausted people at rest. Outside, the night is complete. The beech forest stands dark and still on the mountainside above. The Col de la Poudre is invisible against the black sky, but it is there, the high place where the wind still blows, where the vultures have settled onto their cliff ledges for the night, where the paddock ponies stand with their backs to the weather, dozing on their feet. The bell of the collegiate church sounds once, a single low note that travels through the walls of the albergue and fades slowly into the silence of the mountain valley. It is the same sound that pilgrims have heard at the end of this walk for 800 years. It asks nothing, it means rest. Your eyes are closed. The darkness behind your eyelids is soft and warm. Your breathing has slowed to match the rhythm of the room. The slow, collective inhale and exhale of 100 sleeping walkers, a tide of breath that rises and falls in the dark hall. The mountain is quiet. The wind that blew all day across the ridge has not stopped. It never stops, but it is far above you now, moving through the empty spaces between the peaks, touching nothing but rock and grass and the feathers of sleeping birds. You are warm. The thin mattress and the sleeping bag are enough. The stone walls of the albergue hold the warmth of the day's last sun, releasing it slowly through the night. The temperature in the hall is perfect for sleep, cool enough to make the warmth of your bed a pleasure, warm enough that you need not think about it. The walk from Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port to Roncesvalles is the first stage of the Camino Francis, and it is by far the hardest. The climb over the Pyrenees is a threshold, a crossing from one world into another. Those who make it arrive at Roncesvalles changed, not dramatically, not visibly, but in some quiet interior way that has to do with knowing what their body can do and what the mountains demand. That knowledge is in your muscles now, stored there as surely as any memory. Your legs know the gradient of the Route Napoleon. Your lungs know the thin air of the Col de la Poudre. Your feet know the difference between cobblestone and gravel and forest earth. This knowledge will carry you forward in the days to come. But for now, there is nothing to carry. No pack, no weight, no distance to cover. There is only the bunk and the darkness and the slow approach of sleep. The Silo de Carlomagno stands in its clearing among the trees, holding whatever bones it holds. The stag with the glowing star wanders through some forest that exists only in story. Roland lies where he fell 1,200 years ago, in a poem that will outlast the mountain. The spring at the Fontaine de Roland still flows. As it flowed before the spring had a name, the water emerges from the rock, falls into the basin, overflows onto the path, and seeps back into the mountain. The cycle continues in the dark, unobserved, uninterrupted. Sleep comes slowly and gently, the way the mist settled into the valley this morning, not all at once, but in soft layers, each one dimming the world a little more, until the boundaries between waking and sleeping dissolve and you are carried across without knowing the exact moment of crossing. The Pyrenees hold you. The stone walls of Roncesvalles hold you. The long line of pilgrims who have slept in this valley stretches back through the centuries, and you are part of it now. Another body at rest after the crossing, another sleeper in the mountains, safe on the far side of the pass. You have crossed the Pyrenees. 25 kilometers of mountain and forest are behind you now, and Roncesvalles holds you for the night. Rest here. Let the quiet of the valley settle over you. Tomorrow the Camino continues through the hills of Navarra toward the plains beyond, but that walk can wait. Tonight there is only sleep. Welcome back to the long road and to the Camino de Santiago. Last night, we crossed the Pyrenees, climbing from Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port over the mountain pass and down to the Pilgrim Hospital at Roncesvalles. Tonight we continue. Make yourself comfortable, close your eyes, and let your body settle. There's no rush. We walk from Roncesvalles into the forested hills of Navarra, through beech woodland turning gold with autumn, past quiet Basque villages and medieval bridges, and down to the river town of Zubiri on the banks of the Arga. 22 kilometers of gentle descent through some of the oldest forest in Europe. The morning is cold in Roncesvalles. A thin mist lies between the gray stone buildings of the monastery complex, not yet touched by the sun. The air smells of wet stone and fallen leaves. You step outside and the chill settles on your face and hands like a gentle reminder that autumn has arrived in these mountains. The collegiate church stands behind you, its Gothic arches pale against the gray sky. It has stood here since the 13th century, built for the pilgrims who survived the crossing of the Pyrenees. You passed through those mountains yesterday. Today, the path leads downhill through forest and village to the valley of the Arga River, 22 kilometers to Zubiri. You follow the road out of the monastery grounds. The tarmac is dark with overnight rain. A few other walkers move ahead of you, their figures softened by the mist, their footsteps quiet. No one speaks. The morning feels too still for conversation. The path leaves the road and enters the trees almost immediately. Beech trees, tall and straight, their trunks smooth and silver gray. The canopy above is turning green, giving way to copper and gold, the first colors of early autumn. A few leaves drift down slowly, spinning as they fall. The ground beneath your boots is soft. Layers of fallen beech leaves, damp and dark, cushion each step. Here and there, the triangular husks of beech nuts crack under your weight. The sound is small and satisfying, like the popping of tiny seed pods. The air under the canopy is cool and damp, with a deep earthy scent decomposing leaves and wet soil, and something faintly sweet, like overripe fruit. This is the smell of the forest floor in autumn, the slow work of decay that feeds the roots below. A shaft of pale light falls through a gap in the canopy and catches the mist. For a moment, the air itself seems to glow. Then the gap closes as a light breeze shifts the branches, and the forest returns to its soft, even dimness. These beech woods are part of the Great Aradi Forest, which stretches across the western Pyrenees into France. It is the largest beech and fir forest in Europe after the Black Forest. Once it was even larger. Medieval charcoal burners worked these slopes for centuries, feeding iron forges and lime kilns, slowly shrinking the forest's edges. What remains is still vast and quiet. You pass a simple iron cross standing in a small clearing among the trees. It is not tall, perhaps 2 meters, and its surface is dark with rust and age. Pilgrims have placed small stones at its base. The cross says nothing. It simply marks the path, as it has for a long time. The path descends gently, winding between the trunks. The gradient is easy after yesterday's climb. Your legs remember the effort of the Pyrenees, and this soft downhill feels like a kindness. The forest holds you in its quiet, and you walk without hurry. A red squirrel darts across the path ahead, a flash of russet against the brown leaves. It pauses on the far side, clinging to the base of an oak, its tail curved over its back. It watches you with dark, bright eyes. Then it spirals up the trunk and vanishes into the canopy. The trees begin to thin. Light increases. You can see open sky ahead and the shapes of buildings. The path meets a paved road, and you follow it gently downhill toward the first village of the day, Puente, 3 kilometers from Roncesvalles. Puente is a single street. The Basques call it Oritz. It runs straight through the village, lined on both sides with whitewashed houses. The shutters are painted red-brown, the color of old iron, and the roofs are steep-pitched against the heavy Pyrenean snows of winter. The street is quiet at this hour. A cat sits on a windowsill, perfectly still. Geraniums in wooden boxes still hold their late-season red, though the leaves are beginning to yellow. The whitewash on the nearest house glows faintly in the soft morning light. This village was founded in 1269 by King Theobald II of Navarra, laid out as a bastide, a planned town along a single road, designed to serve the pilgrim trade. 7.5 centuries later, the plan remains unchanged. You walk the same street the first pilgrims walked. On the right side of the street, a modest hostel bears a plaque. Ernest Hemingway stayed here in July 1924 and again in 1925, fishing for trout in the Aradi River with his friends. The river runs just beyond the village, cold and clear, threading through the valley below. He wrote about this place and the sun also rises. Jake Barnes and Bill Gorton come here to fish and drink wine and sleep late. The village in the novel is barely disguised. The single street, the cold mornings, the trout streams. Hemingway loved the simplicity of it, the walking and the water and the quiet. You do not need to fish. You do not need to do anything but walk. The morning light falls evenly on the whitewashed walls, and the village feels unhurried, as if time moves more slowly along this single street. A fountain stands at the edge of a small square. The water runs steadily from a stone spout, filling a rectangular trough and overflowing into a drain below. The sound is constant and even. You pause and let it fill the quiet. The road through Berguete is the Calle Única, the only street. There is something restful about a village that has just one street. No choices to make, no turns to consider. You simply walk forward and the village passes gently around you. At the far end of Berguete, the houses thin and the road opens to fields. The grass on either side is wet with dew, darkened to a deep green. A faint haze hangs over the meadows. The mountains behind you are lost in cloud. The village names here come in pairs. Berguete is the Spanish name, Oritz the Basque. The Basque names are older, much older, from a language that was spoken in these mountains before the Romans came, before the Celts, before anyone thought to write down what things were called. The road continues south, flat and straight. The paving is old but smooth underfoot. To the left, a low stone wall separates the road from a field where a handful of sheep graze, their wool heavy with morning damp. A European robin lands on the wall ahead of you. It tilts its head, watching. The red-orange patch on its breast is vivid against the gray stone. It hops once, twice, then lifts away with a flutter of small wings. Robins in Navarra are bolder than you might expect. They follow walkers drawn by the insects disturbed in the grass. The road drops slightly and crosses a small stream on a concrete bridge. The water below is clear and shallow, moving quickly over a bed of brown and gray stones. You can hear it, but only just, a light, continuous murmur beneath the sound of your own footsteps. Espinal appears ahead. The Basques call it Orisberry, New Oritz. It is strung along the road in the same way as Berguete, stone houses with wide eaves set close together. The village is quiet. A dog sleeps in a doorway. 6 kilometers now. The houses here are built of pale gray stone, their walls thick against the mountain cold. The eaves extend further than you might expect, sheltering the walls from the rain that falls heavily in this part of Navarra. Dark wooden beams show beneath the overhangs. You pass a stone trough set into the wall of a house, carved from a single block. Water trickles into it from an iron pipe. These village fountains have served walkers and animals for centuries. The stone is smooth where countless hands have rested on its rim. The air is warming now. The mist has lifted, and the sky above the rooftops is a soft, pale blue. You can feel the faintest heat on the back of your neck where the sun touches skin. Beyond Espinal, the road gives way to a track. The surface changes from smooth tarmac to packed earth and gravel, and you feel the difference immediately, softer, more yielding, gentler on the joints. The track leads into the trees. The beech forest closes around you again. The canopy is dense here, filtering the sunlight into a golden green haze. The trunks are tall and widely spaced, like the columns of a cathedral with a living roof. The silence deepens. The track climbs gently. After the flat road between the villages, you feel the gradient in your calves, but it is mild, a slow, steady rise through the trees. The path is wide enough for a cart, worn into the hillside by centuries of feet and wheels. Sessile oaks appear among the beeches. Their trunks are darker, rougher, draped in thick green moss. The moss is soft to the touch, damp with the moisture that hangs in the air under the canopy. Where the oaks grow, the light shifts. Their leaves are smaller, letting more sky through in scattered patches. A hazel tree grows at the path's edge, its branches heavy with clusters of brown nuts still in their ragged green husks. Some have fallen to the ground and split open. The squirrels have been here. You can see the neat tooth marks on the discarded shells. The earth beside the track has been disturbed. A patch of ground perhaps 2 meters across has been turned over, the soil dark and wet, the leaf litter scattered. Wild boar have been rooting here, searching for mushroom mycelia and grubs beneath the surface. You do not see them. They are nocturnal and shy, but their marks are everywhere in this forest. A great spotted woodpecker drums somewhere above and to the left. The sound is rapid and hollow. A short burst, a pause, another burst. You stop and look up, scanning the trunks. There. A flash of black and white and red, high on a dead branch. It drums again, and the sound carries through the still air. You walk on. The track curves left around a mossy boulder, and the gradient eases. A stream runs alongside the path, hidden in the ferns, audible but not visible. Its voice is thin and steady, a thread of sound woven into the silence. The ferns along the stream are beginning to brown at their edges, the tips curling inward. In summer, they would be vivid green, unfurled and tall. Now they are fading, softening, leaning toward the ground. The cycle of the year turning slowly visible at the margins. Ivy climbs the trunk of an old beech, its dark green leaves overlapping like scales. It has reached the lower branches and spreads outward along them. The ivy is evergreen. It will remain when the beech drops its leaves, a column of green against the bare winter canopy. The path is muddy now. This stretch is notorious among pilgrims. The clay soil of Navarra holds water, and the forest shade keeps it from drying. Your boots press into the soft surface, and there is a faint sucking sound as you lift each foot. You place your steps carefully, finding the firmer ground at the edges of the path. The mud is not unpleasant. It slows you, and that is all right. There is no rush. The clay is red-brown, the color of iron oxide, the same iron that colors the soil across this part of Navarra, weathered out of the Cretaceous limestone over millions of years. The limestone beneath this forest floor was laid down between 100 million and 65 million years ago, when this land was the bed of a shallow sea. The creatures that lived in that sea, shells and corals and tiny organisms, sank and compressed and became stone. You walk on the floor of an ancient ocean, and the trees grow from its sediment. The path climbs more steeply now. Roots cross the track like veins, slick with moisture, and you step over them one by one. The trees press close on both sides. The air is still, the sound of the hidden stream fading behind you. A cluster of chanterelle mushrooms grows at the base of an oak. They are golden orange, their caps wavy and irregular, their undersides lined with fine ridges instead of gills. They smell faintly of apricots and damp earth. You leave them where they are. They belong to the forest. Further on, a large boletus pushes up through the leaf litter, its cap brown and smooth, as wide as a saucer. The stem is thick and pale. Autumn is the season for mushrooms in the Arati forest. The damp air and the rotting leaves create the conditions they need. They appear and disappear within days, quiet visitors. The gradient steepens for a final push. Your breathing deepens. You feel the climb in your thighs, a slow burn that is not unpleasant. The trees thin slightly, and more light falls through. You are nearing the top of something. The Alto de Misquiris, 955 meters. A modest summit, a clearing in the trees where the path levels out and a wooden signpost marks the high point. The effort of the climb dissolves as the ground flattens beneath your feet. From the clearing, you can see the hills rolling southward, a soft undulation of forest and meadow. The colors are muted green and brown, and the pale gold of turning beeches, all softened by a thin haze. There are no dramatic peaks here, just the gentle folding of the Navarran hills, one behind another, dissolving into distance. You stand still for a moment. The breeze is slight but cool, drying the sweat on your temples. A jay calls from the trees below, a harsh, scratchy sound, the loudest thing you have heard in an hour. Then silence again. 11 kilometers walked. 11 more to Zubiri. You are exactly halfway, standing at the highest point of today's walk. From here, the general direction is down, a long, slow descent from the Pyrenean foothills to the valley of the Arga River. You are in no hurry to begin it. The path leaves the clearing and re-enters the forest. The descent begins, gentle at first, the track curving between old beeches whose roots grip the slope like fingers. The light in the forest is different now. The sun has risen higher, and where it finds gaps in the canopy, it falls in long, golden shafts that catch the dust and pollen suspended in the still air. The effect is quiet and beautiful, like light through stained glass. The charcoal burners who once worked these hills would build their kilns in clearings, stacking wood into careful mounds and covering them with earth and turf. The burn could take days, tended through the night, the air thick with blue smoke. The charcoal fed the forges of Navarra. The clearings they made have long since grown over, the forest patient in reclaiming what was taken. You notice a flat, circular area beside the path where the trees seem younger, their trunks thinner. This may have been one of those charcoal platforms. The forest does not forget, but it does forgive slowly over generations of growth. The track narrows. Exposed roots cross the path more frequently, and you step over them with a rhythm that becomes almost automatic. Step, lift, step, lift. Your body knows what to do, your mind can rest. A fallen beech lies across the slope below the path, its trunk mossy and soft, slowly returning to the soil. Bracket fungi grow from its bark in overlapping shelves, pale gray on top and brown beneath. They are patient decomposers, working over years and decades to unmake the tree. The air smells of damp wood and leaf mold. It is a deep, rich smell. The smell of a forest that is alive from its canopy to its roots and all the hidden layers of soil between. Another jay. This one crosses the path in a flash of blue and pink, its wing bars vivid. Jays are the sentinels of the forest. Their alarm calls carry far. If you hear a jay screaming, something is moving through the trees, a fox, a boar, a walker. They have announced your presence to every creature within earshot. The path levels briefly, then descends again. The mud returns, darker here, almost black in the deeper ruts. Other walkers have left their boot prints in it, a palimpsest of treads and sizes, slowly filling with water. You step around the worst of it, finding footholds on stones and tree roots at the path's edge. The mud does not trouble you. It is part of this walk, part of this forest, part of the Navarran autumn. It means rain has fallen recently and the forest is drinking. A small stream crosses the path, barely a hand's width, trickling over stones. It has carved a shallow groove in the clay. You step across it easily. The water is perfectly clear, and where the light catches it, it glints like glass. The forest is so quiet that you can hear your own breathing, steady and slow. You can hear the creak of your pack straps as you move. You can hear the faint rustle of a beech leaf detaching and falling, spiraling down through the still air to join the millions already on the ground. The beech leaves on the ground are copper and brown and pale gold. Some have dried to a papery lightness and crackle when you step on them. Others are still damp and soft, pressed flat against the earth. The layers go down and down, years of leaves, slowly becoming soil. You walk. The rhythm of your steps is even and unhurried. Left, right, left, right. The pack sits settled on your back, its weight familiar now, part of you. The forest moves past in a slow, steady scroll of trunks and leaves and dappled light. The descent steepens. The path drops through a narrow ravine where the trees lean inward from both sides, their branches meeting overhead. A stream runs at the bottom, louder now, and the air is cooler. You can feel the moisture on your skin. The trees open, fields appear, and a valley, narrow and green. Stone walls divide the pastures. A few houses cluster together where the valley floor is flat. Viscaret. The Basques call it Biscareta. 14 kilometers from Roncesvalles. The sudden brightness is startling after the long hours in the forest. You blink. The sky is wide and pale above the valley, and the light falls on the stone houses and the green fields with a clarity that the forest canopy did not allow. Viscaret is a hamlet, no more. A handful of stone houses with steep roofs, a small church, a barn or two. The houses are old, their walls thick, their doorways low. They have the settled look of buildings that have been here for a very long time. A medieval stone bridge crosses the Arrow stream at the edge of the village. The bridge is small, perhaps 5 meters long, with a single arch of pale stone worn smooth by centuries of rain and feet. The stream below is shallow and clear, moving over a bed of rounded stones. You stop on the bridge and lean on the parapet. The stone is warm where the sun has reached it. Below, the water runs in quiet braids around the larger stones, forming small pools where dead leaves gather and spin slowly. The sound of the stream is soft and continuous, like breathing. In the 12th century, a French monk named Aymeric Picard wrote a guide for pilgrims traveling to Santiago de Compostela. It became part of the Codex Calixtinus. Picard described this valley and named Viscaret as the end of the third stage of the journey through Navarra. You are standing where he stood, or close enough, 900 years apart on the same bridge. Picard was not a generous writer. He complained about the food and the water and the people of Navarra, but he walked the route, and he recorded what he saw. And because of that, the path has a continuous written history stretching back nearly a millennium. You leave the bridge and walk through the last few houses of Viscaret. A window box holds late-season marigolds, their orange dulled but not yet faded. A wooden gate stands open to a garden where runner beans climb tall poles, their leaves beginning to wilt. The Arrow stream continues alongside the path for a while, hidden in vegetation, its voice a steady murmur. You follow a dirt track between hedgerows, the valley narrow on both sides, the hills rising steeply into forest. The limestone here is pale gray where it surfaces in road cuts and stream banks. You can see the layering, thin beds of marl alternating with harder limestone, each layer recording a different moment in the life of that ancient Cretaceous sea. 65 million years of quiet accumulation, tilted and exposed by the slow collision of continents. The track climbs briefly out of the valley. The effort is short and moderate. At the top, you look back and see the rooftops of Viscaret below, half hidden by trees. Wood smoke rises from a chimney, thin and straight in the still air. The path enters the forest again. It is different here, mixed woodland, oak and beech, and occasional stands of hazel. The undergrowth is thicker, with brambles and bracken crowding the edges of the track. Blackberries hang in dark, shriveled clusters past their season. A salamander lies motionless on the damp path. It is small, no longer than your hand, its skin glossy black with irregular yellow spots. It looks like a creature from a fairy tale. You step around it carefully. Salamanders appear after rain in these forests, emerging from the leaf litter to cross the trails. The path undulates gently, rising and falling over low ridges between the valleys. Each rise is small, a few minutes of effort, no more, and each descent brings a new view of the rolling Navarran hills, the same but subtly different, like variations on a theme. The soil here is drier. The mud has thinned to a red-brown dust that coats the toes of your boots. Stones poke through the surface of the track, pale gray limestone smoothed by footsteps. The walking is easier, and you settle into a comfortable rhythm. A clearing opens to the right, a small meadow ringed by oaks. The grass is long and beginning to seed, the heads bowing under their own weight. A single cow stands in the center, motionless, watching you pass with calm, dark eyes. The track descends toward another cluster of rooftops. A church tower rises above the trees, square and plain. This is Linzoan, 18 kilometers from Roncesvalles, 4 more to Zubiri. Linzoan is barely a village. A handful of stone farmhouses arranged on a hillside, their walls golden brown in the afternoon light. A stone watering trough. A barn with a wide wooden door, closed. The place feels as if it has been sleeping for a long time and sees no reason to wake. The farmhouses are built of local stone, the same Cretaceous limestone that forms the hills around you, cut into rough blocks and mortared with lime. The walls are thick, designed to hold warmth in winter and coolness in summer. They have the solidity of things built to last. You pass through without stopping. The path beyond the village drops into another fold of the hills, and the forest returns thinner now, the trees sparser, more light reaching the ground. You can feel the landscape changing. The hills are lower, the valleys are wider. You are leaving the high country. The afternoon light is warm and golden. It falls at a low angle through the trees, casting long shadows across the path. The air is still warm but carries a faint edge of coolness, a promise of the evening to come. An oak tree stands alone in a field, its canopy broad and spreading, its trunk gnarled and thick. It may be 300 years old or more. It was a sapling when Hemingway's great-great-grandparents were born. It does not know or care about any of this. It simply grows. The path follows a ridge for a while, with views on both sides. To the east, the forested hills you have walked through, fold upon fold, darkening with distance. To the west, the land drops away toward a broader valley. Somewhere down there, the Arga River is carving its way through limestone. You cannot see the river yet, but you can sense the valley, a deepening of the space ahead, a widening of the sky. The air feels different here, slightly warmer, carrying a faint vegetal scent from the valley floor below. The Arga is one of the great rivers of Navarra. It rises in the mountains to the north and flows south through a series of narrow valleys before reaching the plain at Pamplona. Over millennia, it has cut a deep channel through the Cretaceous limestone, patient and persistent, carving the rock grain by grain. The descent begins in earnest. The path drops steeply, switching back and forth down the hillside. Loose stones scatter underfoot, and you slow your pace, placing each step deliberately. The trees thin further, and the valley opens below. The rocks on the path are gray and angular, broken limestone exposed by the passage of feet and rain. Some are sharp-edged, freshly broken, others have been worn smooth, their surfaces polished by thousands of boots over hundreds of years. You are descending from 900 meters toward 500. The difference is felt in the air. It grows warmer, heavier, carrying more scent. The smell of the river valley rises to meet you, water and damp stone, and the green tang of riverbank vegetation. A red squirrel watches you from a branch overhead, its tail curled over its back in a question mark. It holds something in its front paws, a beech nut, perhaps, or an acorn. It does not flee. It simply waits for you to pass, patient and still. The path levels briefly, crossing a flat terrace on the hillside. Wild grasses grow here, their seed heads catching the afternoon light. A butterfly, small, brown, unremarkable, rises from the grass and flutters ahead of you for a few paces before veering away into the warmth. Then the descent resumes. The path narrows and drops through a stand of young oaks, their trunks no thicker than your arm. They grow close together, competing for light, their branches interlocking overhead. The ground beneath them is rocky and uneven. You can hear the river now. It is faint at first, a low, continuous murmur beneath the sound of your footsteps and the rustle of leaves. But with each switchback, each drop in elevation, the sound grows. The Arga is below and you are coming down to meet it. The path is rough here, more rock than earth. Your knees absorb each downward step, a gentle jolt that becomes part of the walking rhythm. You lean back slightly against the slope, letting gravity do the work while your legs guide and brake. The valley walls steepen on both sides. The limestone cliffs show through the trees, gray-white faces of rock, streaked with dark lines where water runs in winter. The cliffs are not tall, but they are imposing in this narrow valley, pressing the river and the path into a tight corridor. The sound of the Arga is strong now. You can hear individual notes within it, the deep rumble of water over large stones, the higher splash of a small cascade, the steady hiss of current against the bank. The river is close. And then you see it. Through the last of the trees, a flash of green-gray water moving swiftly over stones. The Arga. It is wider than you expected, perhaps 15 meters across, and it moves with a steady, purposeful current, the surface rippled and alive. The path follows the riverbank. The vegetation is lush here, willows trailing their branches in the current, alders with dark trunks, tall grasses bending toward the water. The air is cool and damp, rich with the mineral smell of river water and wet stone. The river's voice fills the valley. It is not loud, but it is constant and encompassing, a white noise that absorbs all other sounds. Your footsteps, your breathing, the rustle of your pack, all are folded into the river's steady murmur. The water is clear where it is shallow, the stones on the bed visible in shades of brown and gray and pale green. Where it deepens, the color shifts to a dark jade, opaque and smooth. Fallen leaves ride the current, copper beech leaves, oak leaves, small and brown, spinning slowly as the water carries them south. You are approaching Zubiri. The name means village of the bridge in Basque. Zubi, bridge, Iri, village. The language is precise and old, naming places by what matters most about them. In Zubiri, what matters most is the bridge. The first buildings of the town appear on the far bank, a row of houses facing the river, their walls pale stucco, their balconies iron-railed. The town is small but feels substantial after the hamlets and forest of the day's walk. There are shops here and a pharmacy, and lights beginning to glow in the window. But first, the bridge, the Puente de la Rabia. It spans the Arga in two arches of pale stone, rising gently to a central pillar and descending to the far bank. It is medieval, its stones worn and rounded by centuries of weather and use. The Bridge of Rabies. The name is strange and specific. For centuries, shepherds brought their sick animals here, sheep and goats and cattle, suspected of rabies, and led them 3 times around the central pillar of the bridge. It was believed that this ritual could cure the disease. The practice continued into the 20th century. You walk across the bridge slowly. The stones beneath your feet are large and uneven, smoothed by the passage of animal and people and centuries of rain. The parapet is low. To your left, the Arga flows beneath the arches, the water darkening as it passes through the shadow of the bridge, then brightening again on the far side. You pause at the central pillar. It is broad and solid, its base submerged in the current, its surface smooth where the water has polished it for hundreds of years. You rest your hand on the stone. It is cool and faintly damp. Whatever power the shepherds believed it held, the stone itself is quiet and still. On the far side of the bridge, the path climbs a short flight of stone steps and enters the town. The street is narrow and paved, lined with houses that press close on both sides. The sounds change. The river fades behind you, replaced by the quiet hum of a small town in late afternoon. 22 kilometers, 525 meters above sea level. You have descended nearly 400 meters from Roncesvalles, through forest and village and mud and stone, and now you are here. Zubiri is a working town. It is not picturesque in the way of the mountain villages. The houses are plain, the streets functional. On the edge of town, a large factory building stands empty and quiet, a magnesium oxide plant that operated from the 1940s until the early 2000s, when it closed. The building remains, weathering slowly. But the river redeems the town. The Arga runs through Zubiri like a thread of wildness, its voice audible from every street. Even indoors, you can hear it, a low, constant presence, the sound of water moving over stone. You find a place to stay. The albergue is simple. Bunk beds, a shared kitchen, a shower. The water is hot. You stand under it for a long time, feeling the heat loosen the muscles in your shoulders and calves, washing away the red-brown mud of Navarra. Clean and dry, you sit at a table near a window. The light outside is golden, the sun low over the western hills. A glass of wine, red and local, catches the last of the light and glows like a garnet. Your legs are tired in a deep, satisfying way. The muscles have worked and are now at rest. Your feet, freed from boots, feel light and slightly swollen. The small aches of the day's walk are already fading, replaced by a general heaviness that is not unpleasant. You think of the day, the cold morning in Roncesvalles, the beech forest with its copper leaves, Bergute's single street, the mud, the quiet villages, the woodpeckers drumming, the river growing louder, the bridge. You do not think about any of it very hard. The images drift through your mind like the leaves on the Arga's current. Outside, the light softens. The shadows lengthen. The sky above the valley turns from gold to a pale, luminous pink, then to the deep blue of early evening. The river continues its steady murmur, unchanged. Other pilgrims move quietly through the albergue. The sounds are domestic and soothing, the clink of dishes, the low murmur of conversation in several languages, the soft thud of a door closing. Everyone here has walked the same path today. There is a shared tiredness, a shared contentment. You eat something simple, bread, cheese, a bowl of soup. The soup is lentil, thick and warm, seasoned with paprika and a bay leaf. It fills you gently. You eat slowly, without urgency. There is nothing left to do today. The window is dark now. The sky has deepened to a blue-black, and the first stars are visible above the hills. The Arga is invisible in the darkness, but its voice continues, a soft, ceaseless rushing, like the sound of wind through distant trees. You lie down. The bunk is narrow, but the mattress is firm, and the pillow smells faintly of lavender detergent. You pull the blanket up. Your body sinks into the bed with a gratitude that is almost physical. The river is audible through the wall. Its voice is steady and without variation, a constant murmur that fills the room like a lullaby without words. It does not rise or fall. It simply continues, as it has continued for thousands of years, carrying water from the mountains to the sea. You think of the beech trees, the way the light fell through them in long golden shafts, the copper leaves turning and drifting down, the silence between the trunks, the soft crunch of beech nuts underfoot. You think of the mud, the way it held your boots for a moment with each step, then released them. The red-brown color of it, the color of iron, the color of the ancient limestone soil. Even the mud was unhurried. You think of Berguete's single street, the whitewashed houses, the red-brown shutters, Hemingway fishing in the river below 100 years ago, finding the same quiet that you found today. The albergue settles into silence. The conversations fade. The lights go out, one by one. Someone coughs softly. A sleeping bag rustles. Then quiet. The river continues. Its voice enters through the walls and the windows and the spaces under doors. It is the oldest sound in this valley, older than the bridge, older than the town, older than the name Zubiri itself. The water has been making this sound since long before anyone was here to listen. Your breathing slows. Your body is warm beneath the blanket. The tiredness in your legs is no longer an ache, but a heaviness, a pleasant weight that pins you gently to the bed. You think of the stone bridge at Viscaret, its single arch over the Arrow, the way the water braided around the stones beneath it, the leaves spinning slowly in the current. You think of the salamander on the path, glossy and still, its yellow spots bright against the dark earth, a small, quiet creature going about its life in the wet forest. The images come and go without effort. They do not demand attention. They drift, like the beech leaves falling through the canopy, turning slowly in the air, settling without sound. The Arga moves through the darkness outside. The water passes under the Puente de la Rabia, through the shadow of the arches, past the ancient pillar, and continues south. It has nowhere to be. It is simply going. Your eyes are closed. The room is dark. The blanket is warm. The pillow is soft beneath your head. Everything you need is here. The forest is still out there, in the darkness. The beech trees stand in their rows, their leaves rustling faintly in a breeze you cannot feel. The mushrooms grow in the dark, pushing up through the leaf litter, silent and pale. The wild boar are awake now, rooting through the undergrowth with their blunt snouts, turning the earth in search of food. They move quietly for their size. The forest absorbs their sound. The red squirrels are asleep in their drays, curled tight, their tails wrapped over their bodies like blankets. The woodpecker is silent, tucked into a cavity in a dead branch. The jays have settled. The forest is at rest. And you are at rest. The walking is done. The 22 kilometers are behind you, every step, every root, every stone, every patch of mud. Your body has carried you through the forest and down to the river, and now it asks only to lie still. The river murmurs. The sound is smooth and unbroken. It has no beginning and no end. It is simply there, like the sound of your own blood moving through your body, constant and quiet and alive. Tomorrow there will be another path, Another set of villages, another valley. But that is tomorrow. Tonight there is only this: the warm bed, the dark room, the river's voice. The limestone beneath the town is 100 million years old. The river has been carving through it for longer than humans have existed. The bridge has stood for 7 or 8 centuries, and you have been here for an evening. You are the newest thing in this valley and the most temporary, and that is perfectly fine. Your thoughts slow. They lose their edges, their specificity. They become soft and formless, like the mist that hung between the buildings in Roncesvalles this morning. The river, the trees, the path, the stones, the leaves falling. The Arga flows south through the darkness. It passes under bridges and over stones and between banks of willow and alder, carrying the cold water of the mountains toward the plains. It does not pause, it does not sleep. It simply moves, and its movement is a kind of rest. Your breathing matches the river. Slow, even, continuous. The in-breath like the water rising over a stone, the out-breath like the water falling away. Rise, fall, rise, fall. The darkness is complete. The stars above the valley are bright and still. Somewhere in the forest, an owl calls once, a low, soft note that fades into the silence. You are warm. You are still. You are held by the valley and the river and the old stone of the bridge and the slow turning of the forest into autumn. The Arga murmurs. The leaves settle. The night deepens over Zubiri, over the bridge, over the sleeping forest, over you. The river holds you. The valley holds you. The long line of pilgrims who have crossed this bridge and slept beside this water stretches back through the centuries, and you are part of it now, another body at rest beside the Arga, another sleeper in the village of the bridge. You have walked from Roncesvalles to Zubiri, 22 kilometers of forest and farmland, beach canopy and quiet villages, and now the Arga River moves beneath the old stone bridge outside your window. Rest here. Let the sound of the water carry everything else away. Tomorrow, the Camino continues west through the hills toward Pamplona, but that walk can wait. Tonight, there is only the river and sleep. Welcome back to the long road and to the Camino de Santiago. Last time, we walked through the beech forests of Navarra, from Roncesvalles down through quiet villages to the river town of Zubiri. Tonight, we continue south along the Arga. Settle in, let your breathing slow, and let the day begin gently. We follow the river valley through farmland and medieval villages. La Rasoana, Zabaldica, Trinidad de Are, crossing old stone bridges and passing churches whose bells have marked the hours for 800 years. 20 kilometers, ending where the Camino enters the city of Pamplona through its ancient wall. The morning is still and gray in Zubiri. Mist rises from the Arga River in slow, pale threads, drifting between the stone houses and dissolving before they reach the rooftops. The air is cool and damp against your skin. It carries the smell of river water and wet stone. You stand at the Puente de la Rabia, the old medieval bridge that spans the Arga at the heart of the village. Its 2 arches are reflected in the dark water below, forming 2 pale ovals that waver and reform with each small current. The stonework is gray and weathered, spotted with lichen in shades of orange and green. The bridge takes its name from an old belief. Farmers once led their animals around the central pillar 3 times, hoping to cure them of rabies. The ritual has long since faded, but the name remains, fixed to the stone like the lichen. The word Zubiri itself is Basque. Zubi means bridge. The village has always been defined by this crossing, this place where the path meets the river and continues on the other side. You cross the bridge slowly. Your boots sound on the old stone, each step a quiet, flat note. Below, the Arga moves steadily, its surface dark where the mist touches it, silver where the first light reaches through. A gray wagtail lands on a stone at the water's edge, flicks its long tail twice, and is still. The river will be your companion today. For the first half of this walk, the path follows the Arga through its valley, winding along the banks and through the villages that have grown up beside it. 20 kilometers to Pamplona, the third day on the Camino. You leave the bridge behind and follow the path along the western bank. The village thins quickly. A few stone houses, a garden wall, a gate left open. Then the path narrows and the trees come in on both sides, and you are in the valley. You follow the yellow arrows painted on a stone wall at the edge of the village. The paint is fresh, a bright, clear yellow against the gray. Someone maintains these markers, walking the route each year, repainting the arrows that have faded or been washed away. The Camino exists because people choose to keep it alive. The path is rocky here, a narrow track of pale limestone cobbles that runs along the riverbank. The stones are loose in places, and your boots find their grip carefully, shifting and settling with each step. The sound of the river is constant, a low murmur that rises and falls as the water passes over stones and shallow ledges. Alder trees line the bank, their roots reaching down into the water. The leaves are beginning to turn, the edges yellowing while the centers hold their green. In a few weeks they will fall and the branches will be bare, but for now the canopy is thick enough to filter the early light into soft, shifting patterns on the path. The smell of the river is everywhere. Damp stones, wet bark, the faint mineral scent of water moving over limestone. It is a clean, cool smell, the smell of a valley in autumn before the sun has warmed the air. A trout holds steady in the shallows, its body dark against the pale riverbed. You can see its fins moving, tiny adjustments that keep it facing into the current. The water is so clear that every stone beneath the surface is visible, each one rounded and smooth, worn by centuries of flow. These stones are Cretaceous limestone, formed on the floor of an ancient sea between 165 million years ago. Tiny shells and marine organisms drifted down through warm, shallow water, layer upon layer, compressing into rock over unimaginable spans of time. Now the river carries fragments of that old seabed downstream, tumbling them smooth. You walk on. The path curves with the river, following its bends through the narrow valley. Willows lean out over the water, their long, slender leaves trailing in the current. A second gray wagtail appears, darting from stone to stone, its yellow underside flashing bright against the gray. The wagtails are always here, at the river's edge. They are named for the constant bobbing of their tails, a quick, rhythmic dipping that never stops, even when the bird is standing still. No one is entirely sure why they do it. Perhaps it helps them spot insects. Perhaps it signals to rivals. Perhaps it is simply what they are. Cool air rises from the water and settles on your arms and face. The valley is narrow here, and the sun has not yet reached the path. The mist is thinning but has not lifted. Everything is soft-edged, muted, held in the quiet gray of early morning. Blackberry brambles grow along the path's edge, heavy with fruit. The berries are dark, almost black, overripe and soft. A few have fallen to the ground, leaving small purple stains on the pale stone. The smell is sweet and faintly alcoholic, the scent of fruit beginning to ferment. You pick one and eat it. It is warm from the morning air, intensely sweet, with a slight tartness at the finish. The seeds catch between your teeth. You pick another. The path widens briefly as it passes through a clearing. Sessile oaks stand at the edges, their branches broad and spreading. Acorns litter the ground beneath them, some still in their caps, others split open where they fell. A European robin watches you from a low branch, its red breast vivid against the gray bark. Hazel trees grow in the understory, their leaves beginning to curl and brown at the edges. Clusters of nuts hang in twos and threes, each wrapped in its ragged green husk. The path crunches faintly underfoot as you step on fallen husks and acorn caps. The river bends to the left, and the path follows. A fallen alder lies across the bank, its trunk dark and damp, its roots pulled from the earth in a tangle of soil and stone. Moss has already begun to cover the bark, and a small fern grows from a crack where a branch once joined the trunk. The forest reclaims its own slowly but completely. You notice the silence between the sounds. Between the murmur of the river and the call of a bird, there are moments of pure quiet, brief and complete. The valley holds these silences like cupped water, and when they pass, the sounds that follow seem richer for the pause. The light is changing as the morning deepens. The mist is entirely gone now, and the sun reaches further into the valley, warming the tops of the trees and sending shafts of golden light down through the canopy. Where the light strikes the river, the water turns from dark gray to a clear, pale green, and you can see the stones on the riverbed shifting in shade and color. 3 kilometers walked. The river curves ahead, and beyond the next bend, the valley opens slightly. Through the thinning trees, you can make out the first stone walls of a village. Larasoana appears gradually. A stone wall, a garden, a narrow lane between 2 houses, leading upward. Then the single main street comes into view, lined with old stone buildings, their walls thick and their windows small. Wood smoke rises from a chimney in a thin blue line, perfectly vertical in the still air. The village is quiet. A cat sits on a doorstep, watching you pass with half-closed eyes. The street is paved with uneven cobblestones, and your boots sound different here, the rhythm changing from the soft crunch of the riverside path to a harder, flatter note. Larasoana has been a pilgrim village for more than 1,000 years. A monastery stood here in the 10th century, and the village grew around it, shaped by the steady passage of travelers on their way to Santiago de Compostela. It was one of the first stops after the Pyrenees, a place to rest and recover before the long walk across the plains of Navarra. In the 12th century, King Sancho VI granted the village a fuero, a charter of rights and privileges. The fuero drew settlers, many of them Frankish, who came south across the mountains and established themselves along the Camino. They brought their language, their customs, their way of building. The stone houses you pass now are descended from those early settlements. A pilgrim hospital once stood near the church, caring for the sick and exhausted who arrived after the mountain crossing. The hospital is gone now, but the care it represented is still visible in the village's relationship to the path. Albergues welcome walkers. Doors are left unlocked. The Camino is not just a route through this place, it is the reason this place exists. The Frankish settlers who came south in the 12th century were drawn by the fuero's promise of rights and land. They built their houses in the style they knew, thick-walled and steep-roofed, and they gave the village a character that blended Basque and French, mountain and lowland. Some of the stone doorways along this street still carry carved lintels in a style that would not look out of place in southern France. You reach the church of San Nicolas. Its stone facade is plain and sturdy, built for endurance rather than beauty. A white stork stands on the bell tower, perfectly still, its long neck curved into a gentle S shape. It seems to be watching the valley below, or perhaps watching nothing at all. Beyond the church, the path descends to the Bridge of the Bandits. It is a narrow 14th century stone bridge over the Arga, a single arch spanning the river where the valley tightens and the trees press in on both sides. The bridge earned its name honestly. For centuries, bandits used this narrow crossing as an ambush point. The dense woodland on either side provided cover, and the bridge itself created a bottleneck where travelers could not escape. Pilgrims were robbed, sometimes harmed. The kings of Navarra eventually posted guards at the bridge, but the reputation remained carved into the name. The pilgrim route was a lifeline, but it was also a target. Where travelers gathered, so did those who would prey upon them. The narrow valleys and dense forests of Navarra were ideal for ambush, and the medieval chronicles are full of complaints from pilgrims who were robbed, cheated, or assaulted along the way. The kings responded with patrols and punishments, but the forests were vast and the bandits resourceful. You cross it now in silence. The arch is low, the stone worn smooth by centuries of footfall. The river is audible below, its pitch higher here where the channel narrows. On the far side, the path enters the trees again, and for a moment the light dims as the canopy thickens overhead. There is nothing threatening about it now. The woodland is peaceful, the bridge is small and beautiful, and the only sound is the water beneath you and the faint rustling of leaves. But you can feel the logic of the place, the way the landscape funnels the path through this single point. 800 years ago, you would have crossed with your hand on your purse and your eyes on the tree. You leave Larasoana behind. The path returns to the riverside, and the village disappears around a bend. The air is warmer now. The mist has lifted entirely, and the sun finds its way through the canopy in long, angled beams that light up patches of the forest floor. The path descends through a patch of wild mint growing at the water's edge. You brush against it with your ankles, and the sharp green scent rises around you, vivid and sudden. It fades as quickly as it came, replaced by the softer smell of the river and the damp earth. The path follows the Arga south through the valley. The river is wider here, slower, its surface catching the sunlight and sending it back in small shifting flashes. The sound has changed too, from the brisk chatter of the narrows to a deeper, steadier murmur. Wild fig trees appear among the alders, their broad leaves still green and leathery. A few figs hang from the branches, small and dark, not quite ripe. The trees look almost tropical here among the oaks and hazels, a reminder that this valley is sheltered and warm. Your body has found its rhythm. The pack sits comfortably on your hips, your breathing is even, your feet land and lift in a steady pattern that requires no thought, no adjustment. This is the pace of the Camino, unhurried and sustainable. A speed that could carry you to the end of the world if you let it. You become aware of the weight of your pack, a familiar presence on your hips and shoulders. It shifts slightly with each step, a counterpoint to the movement of your body. After 3 days of walking, you and the pack have reached an understanding. It follows your rhythm. You accommodate its mass. The two of you move as one. A red kite circles overhead, its forked tail twisting as it rides the thermals rising from the warming valley. It moves in wide, lazy spirals, barely flapping, letting the air do the work. You watch it for a moment, then look back to the path. The valley begins to open. The steep wooded slopes on either side ease back, and the river meanders through a broader floodplain. Fields appear on the far bank, some of them harvested, the wheat stubble pale and bristly in the sun. The smell changes as you leave the woodland. The damp, mushroom scent of the forest floor gives way to something drier, warmer, cut straw and baked earth. The sun is on your shoulders now, and you feel its warmth through your shirt. A church bell sounds in the distance. two clear notes that carry across the fields and fade slowly into the warm air. The sound is unhurried, as if the bell itself has nowhere to be. You count the strokes without meaning to. 2. It is mid-morning, or perhaps the bell is simply ringing because bells ring, because that is what they have always done in these valley villages. 6 kilometers walked, 14 remain. You take a breath and feel the air fill your lungs warm and clean. The valley is generous with its air, its light, its quiet. It gives these things freely, asking nothing in return, and you receive them without effort, simply by being here, simply by walking. Acaretta appears on a rise above the river, a handful of stone houses in a clearing, their walls golden in the mid-morning light. The village is small, barely a village at all, more a cluster of farmsteads that grew together over time. The path climbs gently away from the river for the first time today. The shade of the valley falls behind you, and you step into open farmland. The change is immediate. The air is warmer, drier, the light is broader. Harvested wheat fields stretch out on either side of the path. The stubble is short and pale, almost white in the strong light, and it crunches softly under your boots where the path crosses the edge of a field. Here and there, a few stalks of wheat stand upright among the cut stems, missed by the harvester, their heads heavy with grain. Late maize grows in a field to your left, its tall green stalks still upright, the tassels at the top beginning to brown and dry. The ears are fat and full beneath their papery husks. In a week or two, these too will be harvested, and the field will join the stubble. A stone wall runs along the edge of the path, waist-high, built without mortar. The stones are fitted together with quiet precision, each one chosen for its shape and placed where it belongs. Walls like this have marked the boundaries of fields in this valley for centuries. They outlast the farmers who build them. The farmers who built these walls understood their stone. They knew which pieces would sit flush, which needed a smaller stone wedged beneath to hold them level, which were strong enough to serve as cornerstones. The knowledge was passed through generations, not in books, but in the doing, hands learning from hands. A well-built, dry stone wall can stand for 200 years without a single repair. You feel the warmth of the sun fully now, after hours of riverside shade. It settles on your arms and the back of your neck, a gentle, even heat. Your shadow stretches out ahead of you on the path, long and thin in the late morning light. You pass through the village without stopping. A dog watches you from behind a gate but does not bark. The last house has a wooden balcony hung with drying peppers, dark red against the pale stone. Then the path drops back toward the river, and the shade returns. The path drops through a grove of hazel trees, their branches arching overhead to form a tunnel of green and gold. The light here is soft and diffuse, filtered through 1,000 small leaves. The ground is covered with fallen catkins, dry and brown, and they rustle faintly under your boots. The path curves between farmland and forest, rising and falling with the gentle contours of the valley. Each time you climb, the fields open up around you. Each time you descend, the trees gather in and the sound of the river grows louder. A church bell sounds somewhere ahead, a single note that hangs in the air for a long moment before fading. Each village along this valley has its own bell, its own pitch and resonance, shaped by the size and age of the bronze. You have been hearing them all morning, marking the hours and tones that carry across the fields and through the trees. The Arga curves around a low bluff, and the water runs faster here, tumbling over a shallow ledge with a sound like gentle, continuous applause. Pale cobbles are visible through the clear water, the old limestone of the ancient seabed, smoothed into ovals and discs by the patient work of the current. A robin sings from a low branch, its song a rapid, liquid phrase that rises and falls and then stops abruptly, as if the bird has said what it needed to say and sees no reason to continue. The silence after the song is vivid, charged with the absence of music. Zuriane is a small hamlet on a hillside above the river, a few stone houses, a narrow lane. The church of San Milan stands on the slope above, its bell tower rising above the rooftops. You have walked 8 kilometers, 8 of 20. This is the halfway point by distance, though not by effort. The path ahead is gentler than what lies behind, the valley wider, the climbs less frequent. You pause for a moment in the shade of a walnut tree at the edge of the hamlet. The trunk is thick and deeply furrowed, the bark almost black. Green walnuts hang overhead in clusters, still wrapped in their smooth outer husks. The shade is cool and complete. All the village names in this valley are Basque: Zubiri, Larasoana Acareta, Zuriane. The Basque names are older than the Spanish ones, older than the Latin, rooted in a language that predates every other in Europe. Linguists have never been able to connect it to any other language family. It stands alone and isolate, as old and as stubborn as the stone. The Basques call this land Euskalheria. They have names for every hill, every stream, every farm. Airi means village. Zubi means bridge. The names describe what is here plainly and precisely, and they have been describing it for thousands of years. When the Romans came, they absorbed the peoples they conquered and replaced their languages with Latin. Spanish, French, Italian, Portuguese, all are descendants of that replacement. But the Basques resisted, or perhaps they were simply too remote, too rooted in their mountains and valleys. Their language survived, and with it a way of naming the world that belongs to no other people. You leave Zuriane behind. The path drops back to the river, and the walking is easy, the ground level and firm. Your legs feel loose and warm. 12 kilometers remain. The valley widens further. The slopes on either side have pulled back, and the sky is broader now, a pale blue washed with thin, high cloud. The river meanders through flat meadows where cattle graze, their dark shapes motionless in the grass. Somewhere among them, a bell sounds, a low, wooden clonk that repeats at irregular intervals. Sheep graze on a higher pasture, their fleeces pale against the green. Their bells are higher pitched than the cattle bells, a brighter, thinner sound. Together, the two pitches create a loose, arrhythmic music that drifts across the valley, rising and falling with the movement of the animals. You walk through this sound, it surrounds you without pressing in, a part of the landscape as natural as the river or the trees. Pastoral valleys have sounded like this for centuries. The animals, the bells, the river, the occasional call of a bird, nothing has changed. The path crosses a small stone bridge over a tributary stream. The stream is narrow, no wider than your arm span, but the water is clear and fast, tumbling over small rocks with a bright, busy sound. It joins the Arga a few meters downstream, its smaller current absorbed into the larger flow without ceremony. The path passes through a stand of poplars, their leaves trembling in a breeze too faint to feel on your skin. The undersides of the leaves are silver, and as they turn in the air, the whole tree seems to shimmer, flashing between green and white. Your breathing is slow and steady. Your heartbeat is calm. The rhythm of your walking has become something your body does without instruction, like breathing, like blinking. You are simply moving through the valley, and the valley is moving around you, and the two movements are the same. The path passes a stone farmhouse set back from the track, its door painted a faded blue. A thin line of wood smoke rises from the chimney, straight up into the windless air. The smoke is barely visible, a blue-gray thread against the blue-gray sky, and the smell reaches you faintly, sweet and sharp, the scent of oak burning slowly in a kitchen hearth. Eratz sits quietly on a slope above the Arga. The village is so small that you pass through it in a few minutes, between low stone walls and garden gates. A vine grows over a doorway, its leaves broad and green, a few small bunches of grapes hanging beneath. The path follows the river closely here. You can see the water through gaps in the bankside vegetation, dark and smooth, moving with the quiet insistence of a river that has been flowing through this valley for longer than anyone can measure. The Arga has carved its way through the limestone of this valley over millions of years, patient and relentless. It has shaped the land, determined where the villages sit, decided where the paths run. Everything in this valley answers to the river. The limestone through which the Arga has carved its path was once a warm, shallow sea. Corals grew here. Shellfish lived and died in waters that covered all of what is now Navarra. When the sea retreated, it left behind layers of calcium carbonate that hardened into stone, and when the mountains rose and the rivers began to flow, the water found the weaknesses in that stone and cut through them, slowly, over millions of years, creating the valley you walk through now. 11 kilometers walked, 9 remain. The sun is high now, and the shadows have shortened. The warmth of the day has settled into the stone walls and the dry stubble of the fields. You can feel it radiating from the ground beneath your feet. A red kite passes overhead again, or perhaps the same one. It is hard to say. The birds patrol wide territories, circling on the thermals, scanning the fields below for movement. Their eyesight is extraordinary, capable of spotting a vole in the stubble from a height that reduces the bird to a silhouette. You walk on, and the path bends away from the river for a stretch, crossing a small rise before descending into the next village. The change in elevation is slight, but enough to give you a brief view over the valley. Fields, river, forest, hills. The landscape repeats itself with gentle variations, like a melody played in different keys. The afternoon has settled into a rhythm of its own. The light is steady, the air is warm, the river is constant. Your body moves through this stillness without disturbing it, your footsteps absorbed by the path, your breathing absorbed by the air. You are part of the valley now, as much as the trees, as much as the stones. The afternoon warmth has settled into the valley like something poured. The stones of the path hold the heat, and you can feel it through the soles of your boots. The air is still. Even the river seems slower, its surface smooth and glassy in the long stretches between the riffles. Zabaldika is a hilltop hamlet, a cluster of stone houses gathered around a small church. The climb to reach it is short but noticeable after hours of flat riverside walking. Your calves register the incline, a gentle reminder that your legs have been working all morning. The Church of San Esteban stands at the center of the hamlet. It is a small Romanesque church, built in the 13th century, and it has barely changed in 800 years. The walls are thick, the windows narrow, the stone pale and rough. Romanesque churches were built to endure. Their walls are load-bearing, their arches semicircular, their decorations spare. They do not reach for the sky like Gothic cathedrals. They sit on the earth, heavy and certain, as if they grew from the ground rather than being placed upon it. Inside, the air would be cool and dim, the stone holding the night's cold long into the afternoon. The nave would be simple, the altar plain. These churches were built for small communities, a dozen families, and the scale reflects that. Everything is human-sized, intimate, contained. The bell in the tower is said to be the oldest in Navarra. It has been calling this village to prayer for centuries, its voice unchanged, the same bronze note ringing out over the same valley, heard by generation after generation of people who lived and worked and died within earshot of its sound. Think of the people who have heard that bell, farmers in their fields, looking up at the sound, children running home, pilgrims pausing on the path, recalibrating their sense of time. The bell has marked weddings and funerals, feast days and ordinary days, mornings and evenings without distinction. It has rung through wars and plagues and harvests, through centuries when the village thrived and centuries when it barely survived, and it rings still. Bells age slowly. The bronze does not corrode as iron does. It darkens and develops a patina, but the metal beneath remains strong and the tone remains true. A bell cast 800 years ago sounds much the same today as it did when it was first rung. From this height, you can trace the line of the Arga through the valley, following its curves and bends as it makes its way south toward Pamplona. The river looks like a dark ribbon laid across a green and gold cloth, casual and precise at the same time. The villages are invisible from here, tucked into their folds, but the church towers mark their locations, small vertical notes in a horizontal landscape. You stand outside the church for a moment, looking out over the valley from this slight elevation. The river is visible below, a dark line curving through the green and gold of the fields. The villages you have passed through are hidden by the folds of the land, each one tucked into its own bend or slope. 7 kilometers remain. The afternoon is warm and still. The light has taken on the golden quality of early autumn, slanting in from the west, lengthening the shadows and deepening the colors of the stone. You descend from Zabaldica back toward the river. The path is narrow and stony, and your boots send small pebbles skittering ahead of you. The shade of the valley floor is welcome after the exposed hilltop. The descent is gentle. The path switches back once, then straightens and runs through a grove of old oaks. Acorns crack under your boots. A jay calls from somewhere in the branches, a harsh, scratchy sound that contrasts sharply with the robin's music. The jay calls again, then falls silent, and the quiet of the valley resumes. The river sounds different here. The pitch is lower, the flow broader and calmer. The Arga is approaching its meeting with the Olzama, another river that has come down from the mountains to the north, and the valley has widened to receive it. The trees along the bank are larger now. Plane trees appear among the alders and willows, their bark peeling in patches to reveal smooth, pale wood beneath. Their leaves are broad and beginning to yellow, and a few have already fallen, floating on the surface of the river like small, five-pointed boats. Your feet have been walking for hours, and they feel it. Not pain exactly, but a deep awareness, a warmth in the soles and a slight heaviness in the ankles. This is the feeling of distance covered, of kilometers absorbed by the body. It is not unpleasant, it is simply honest. The path straightens and you can see ahead to where the valley bends. A cluster of buildings appears, and among them the arches of a bridge. Trinidad de Are sits where the Olzama River joins the Arga. A medieval bridge of 6 arches spans the water, its stonework dark with age. The arches are reflected in the river below, forming 6 dark ovals that tremble in the current. You cross the bridge slowly. Each arch is slightly different in width, fitted to the riverbed beneath, and the roadway rises and falls gently over each one. The stone is smooth underfoot, worn by centuries of carts and horses and pilgrims' boot. The Basilica of the Trinity stands at the far end of the bridge, its facade plain and solid. A pilgrim hospital has operated here since the 11th century, almost 1,000 years of shelter offered to travelers arriving at this crossing. The building has been rebuilt and repaired many times, but the purpose has never changed. This is where the Camino del Perdón joins the Camino Francis. The Perdón route comes down from the north, through the green hidden valleys of the Basque Mountains. Pilgrims who took that path arrive here and merge with the main route, their separate journeys converging at this bridge, this river, this place. You imagine them arriving from the north, tired from their own mountain crossing, stepping onto this bridge for the first time and seeing the path stretch south toward Pamplona. They would have felt what you feel now, relief at the flat ground, curiosity about the city ahead, the quiet satisfaction of kilometers completed. The hospital would have been essential. Pilgrims arrived sick, exhausted, sometimes injured. The mountain crossings were dangerous, especially in autumn and winter, and many arrived at these valley hospitals in desperate need of food, rest, and care. The monks and hospitallers who ran these places were performing an act of faith expressed through practical kindness. The care was practical: beds, bread, water, a fire, a place to wash wounds and dry clothes, a roof over the head of someone who had been walking through rain for days. These were not grand gestures, but small, repeated acts of hospitality offered to anyone who arrived, regardless of origin or status. The pilgrim routes ran on this quiet generosity. 5 kilometers remain. The city is ahead of you now, though you cannot see it yet. The valley curves and Pamplona is hidden behind the last ridge. The path runs straight for 100 meters, a rare luxury in a valley of curves and bends. You can see ahead to where it turns again, disappearing behind a stand of willows. The straightness feels restful, a brief stretch where you do not need to anticipate what comes next. You leave Trinidad de Are and follow the path south. The river is wide and calm, moving slowly through its broadened valley. The light on the water is golden in the early afternoon, and the trees along the bank throw long shadows across the surface. The Ulzama joins the Arga below the bridge, 2 rivers merging into one. The combined flow is broader and deeper, carrying the waters of separate valleys toward the basin of Pamplona. You watch the junction for a moment, the way the 2 currents braid together, their separate colors and speeds blending over a few meters into a single, unified flow. The landscape begins to change. The open farmland gives way to houses, garden walls, the edges of a town. The transition is gradual, almost gentle, the countryside yielding to the suburbs one field at a time. A road appears alongside the path, and with it the first traffic noise of the day. It is distant at first, a faint hum that you feel as much as hear. After hours of river sound and bird song and the quiet crunch of your own footsteps, the mechanical note is strange and slightly jarring. You adjust. The noise becomes part of the background, another texture in the day. The path is still clear, still marked with the yellow arrows, still leading you forward. The river is still beside you, unchanged by the proximity of the town. Villava is a small town on the western bank of the Arga, its buildings spilling down the slope toward the water. It looks like any quiet Spanish town, its streets lined with apartment blocks and small shops, its plazas shaded by plane trees. But Villava is known for one thing above all others. This is the birthplace of Miguel Indurain, the cyclist who won the Tour de France 5 consecutive times between 1991 and 1995. 5 victories in the greatest bicycle race in the world, each one achieved with a calm, quiet dominance that seemed almost effortless. Indurain was famous for his stillness. Other riders attacked, surged, panicked. Indurain simply rode, his enormous frame hunched over the handlebars, his cadence steady, his face expressionless. He won by controlling the pace, by refusing to be drawn into drama, by letting his rivals exhaust themselves while he maintained his rhythm. His resting heart rate was measured at 28 beats per minute. His lung capacity was 8 liters, nearly double the average. His body was built for endurance in the same way that the valley is built for the river, naturally, completely, without apparent effort. He grew up cycling these roads, along the Arga, through the villages you have walked through today, his legs turning the same landscape into speed. There is something of the Camino in that approach. The long walk is not won by speed or by surges of effort. It is completed by patience, by rhythm, by the steady accumulation of kilometers. You do not race to Santiago. You walk there, one step at a time, and in the end, the distance is covered. 3 kilometers remain. The city is ahead. You leave Villava and the road noise settles into a background hum. The river path continues, a green strip of calm threading through the growing urbanity. Joggers pass you. A woman walks a small dog. The Camino arrows painted yellow on lampposts and curbs keep you on course through the suburban maze. The suburbs merge. Villava becomes Berlada without a clear boundary, the houses flowing together, the streets connecting. The path follows the river through this urban edge, a green corridor of trees and water running through the built-up landscape. The Arga is unchanged. It does not know or care that the fields have become houses, that the birdsong has been joined by traffic. It flows as it has always flowed, carrying the cold water of the mountains toward the plains, indifferent to what stands on its banks. The pavement underfoot is hard and flat after the gravel and dirt of the valley path. Your boots sound sharper here, each step a distinct tap rather than a soft crunch. Your feet register the change, the slight stiffness of walking on an unyielding surface. But the river keeps you company. As long as you can hear the water and see the trees along its banks, the city feels manageable, a passage rather than a destination. You are walking through it, not arriving in it, not yet. Plane trees line the riverbank, their trunks tall and mottled, their canopy broad. The leaves filter the afternoon light into a warm, dappled pattern on the path. The trees are old and large, planted decades ago to shade the riverside walk, and they have grown into a living corridor, a green tunnel leading toward the old city. 2 kilometers remain. You can feel the city gathering around you, its sounds and its weight, the density of buildings and people and history pressing in from all sides. And then, ahead, through the trees, you see the bridge. The Puente de la Magdalena is a 12th century bridge of 3 pointed arches, Gothic in style, its stonework pale against the dark water of the Arga. It is one of the most beautiful bridges on the Camino, and it marks the threshold of the old city. You step onto the bridge. The surface is cobblestone, and your boots find the gaps between the stones, each step slightly uneven, slightly musical. The river is audible below, its sound funneled and amplified by the arches, a soft roar that fills the space beneath you. The pointed arches are characteristic of the Gothic period. When builders discovered that a pointed arch could span a wider gap and bear a heavier load than the old Roman semicircle, the technology spread along the pilgrim routes, carried by the same currents of trade and travel that brought the pilgrims themselves. You pause at the center of the bridge and look down at the water. The Arga is broad here, and the surface is smooth, reflecting the underside of the arch in a dark, wavering oval. You have been walking beside this river all day. It has accompanied you from Zubiri, through every village, past every field. Now it passes beneath you one last time as you cross into the city. On the far side of the bridge, the city walls rise. They are massive, built of pale stone, their surface smooth and forbidding. These are among the finest fortifications in Spain, strengthened over centuries by every ruler who held the city, from the medieval kings of Navarra to Philip II, who built the Great Citadel in 1571. The Portal de Francia stands before you. The Gate of France. It is a deep, vaulted passage through the city walls, wide enough for a cart, tall enough to admit a mounted rider. The stone is cool and damp, even in the afternoon warmth. You step through. Your footsteps echo off the stone walls and the vaulted ceiling, a brief, enclosed sound that doubles and triples before fading. The echo is surprisingly loud after the open air of the valley, and for a moment you are aware of nothing but the sound of your own walking, amplified and returned to you by the ancient stone. Then you are through, and the old city opens before you. The streets are narrow and shadowed. Buildings rise on either side, their facades of stone and plaster, their balconies hung with laundry and potted geraniums. The light reaches down in thin slices between the rooftops, painting bright lines on the cobblestones. Pamplona is old. The Roman general Pompey founded a military camp here in 75 before the Common Era, on a bluff above the river where three valleys converge. He called it Pompeello after himself, but the Vascones, the Basque people who already lived here, called the place Iruna, which simply means the city. Their name, as usual, came first. The city sits in the Cuenca de Pamplona, a wide basin where the Arga, the Ulzama, and the Elorus rivers come together. The basin was formed by geological forces that folded and faulted the Cretaceous limestone, creating a depression that collected water and sediment over millions of years. Pamplona grew where the rivers met, as cities often do. In the Middle Ages, the city was not one city but three separate boroughs, each with its own walls, its own church, its own laws. The Navarra, the oldest quarter, sat on the high ground near the cathedral. San Sernin occupied the commercial center. San Nicolas, the newest, lay to the south. The three boroughs did not live in peace. They feuded, sometimes violently. The walls between them were not just boundaries but battlements. Neighbors fought neighbors across streets that served as front lines. The conflict lasted for centuries, an exhausting, intimate war fought within the confines of a single city. It ended in 1423 when Charles III issued the Privilegio de la Union, the privilege of union. The internal walls were torn down. The three boroughs became one city. The document that united them is still preserved in the city archives. Its parchment and ink a record of the moment when Pamplona chose to stop fighting itself. The unification did not happen suddenly. It took years of negotiation, years of weariness with the fighting, years of recognizing that a divided city could not prosper. When the walls finally came down, the rubble was used to pave new streets, the stone of division repurposed as the foundation of connection. The city began to breathe as one. You walk through streets that once marked the boundaries between those rival boroughs. The walls are gone, the divisions forgotten. The city has grown together, its stones blending, its history smoothing over the old fractures. The Cathedral of Santa Maria rises to your left, its Gothic facade pale and intricate. The cloister, if you could see it, is considered one of the finest in Europe. Its arches delicate and its stonework rich with carved leaves and figures, but you do not stop. The path leads on, through the narrow streets, toward the center. You pass a small plaza where an old man sits on a bench reading a newspaper. A fountain trickles in the center, its basin green with moss. Pigeons peck at the cobblestones. The scene is ordinary and timeless, a moment that could belong to any afternoon in the last 100 years. Excavations beneath the Plaza del Castillo have revealed layers of the city's past. Roman mosaics, fragments of bright color, preserved in the earth for 2,000 years. a Muslim necropolis from the centuries when Islamic rule reached into northern Spain. Each layer deeper and older, each one a city built on the ruins of this city before. 2,000 years of habitation lie beneath your feet. Roman baths and Visigothic graves and medieval cellars and modern pipes, all layered together in the dark earth like the pages of a book written in stone and clay and bone. Every city is a palimpsest, but few are as richly layered as Pamplona, where every renovation uncovers something older, something forgotten, something that was here before. The streets widen, the buildings grow grander. You are approaching the Plaza del Castillo, the great central square of Pamplona, and you can feel the space opening before you like a breath. The Plaza del Castillo is wide and sunlit. An arcade of columns runs along three sides, sheltering cafes and shops beneath its arches. The square is paved with stone, and the afternoon light fills it completely, warm and golden, bouncing off the pale facades of the surrounding building. You cross the plaza slowly, your boots on the flat stone, the sound of conversation from the cafe terraces, the clink of cups and saucers, the smell of coffee, strong and dark, drifting from the open door of the Café Iruna. The Café Iruna has been serving coffee on this square since 1888. Its interior is ornate, its mirrors gilded, its ceiling painted. Hemingway drank here. But the café does not trade on that alone. It trades on its coffee and on the simple pleasure of sitting in a warm square at the end of a long walk. The smell of bread joins the coffee. A bakery somewhere behind the arcade is pulling loaves from the oven, and the warm, yeasty scent drifts across the plaza and mingles with everything else. It is the smell of arrival, of rest, of a day completed. 20 kilometers walked, Zubiri to Pamplona. The third day on the Camino is done. You sit with the completed walk inside you, all 20 kilometers of it, from the medieval bridge in the morning mist to the sunlit plaza where you rest now. The walk is not behind you. It is in you. It has become part of your body, stored in the muscles and the bones in the memory of each step. You find a seat at a cafe table under the arcade. The stone column beside you is smooth and cool against your shoulder. You set your pack on the ground and feel the lightness in your body, the sudden absence of weight. Your shoulders settle. Your back straightens. A cup of coffee appears before you, dark and fragrant. You wrap your hands around it and feel the warmth seep into your fingers, into your palms, into the tiredness that lives in your hands after a day of gripping walking poles and adjusting straps. The plaza is alive with the gentle activity of a Spanish afternoon. People crossing, pausing, sitting, talking, children running along the arcade, a musician playing guitar somewhere out of sight, the notes drifting across the square in no particular hurry. You think of the morning, the mist on the Arga, the bridge at Zubiri, its arches reflected in the dark water, the gray wagtail on its stone flicking its tail. It feels like a long time ago. It was this morning. You think of Larisoana, the single street of stone houses, the wood smoke rising from the chimney, the bridge of the bandits, narrow and quiet, the dense woodland pressing in on both sides, the water beneath the arch higher pitched where the channel narrowed. You think of the open fields at Acaretta, the harvested wheat stubble bright in the sun, the warmth on your shoulders after hours of riverside shade, the drying peppers on the wooden balcony, dark red against pale stone. You think of Zabaldica on its hilltop, the small Romanesque church that has stood unchanged for 8 centuries, the oldest bell in Navarra, still ringing, still marking the hours for a village that has always been there. You think of the bridge at Trinidad de Are, its 6 arches over the Alzama, where the Baztan route joins the Camino and the paths converge. The pilgrim hospital that has sheltered travelers for 1,000 years. You think of the Puente de la Magdalena, the three-pointed arches, the cobblestones under your boots, the river passing beneath you for the last time, the echo of your footsteps through the Portal de Francia, amplified by the vaulted stone, then released into the open air of the old city. You think of the villages, each one a handful of stone houses beside the river, Zubiri on its hillside, Irats on its slope, Acareta in its clearing of warm light, each one old, each one small, each one shaped by the valley and the path and the slow passage of centuries. The coffee is warm in your hands. The plaza is golden in the afternoon light. The sounds of the city surround you, layered and gentle. Conversation, footsteps, the distant guitar, the faint clatter of a kitchen somewhere behind the arcade. Your body is tired in the way that only walking can make it tired. Not strained, not damaged, but thoroughly and honestly used. Every muscle in your legs has worked today. Every joint has flexed and extended thousands of times. Your feet have carried you 20 kilometers over stone and gravel and cobblestone and earth. The tiredness is not unpleasant. It is the body's acknowledgement of distance, of effort, of a day spent in motion. It settles into your legs like warmth, like weight, like the slow, satisfying heaviness that comes at the end of something completed. The guitar has stopped. The plaza is quieter now. The afternoon light has deepened, the shadows longer, the gold richer. A few pigeons settle on the cobblestones near your feet, their feathers iridescent in the low sun. The sounds of the plaza are very distant now. They have become something like the sound of the river, a continuous, gentle murmur without edges or boundaries. The conversation, the fountain, the footsteps on stone, all of it blending together into a single, soft, unbroken sound that asks nothing of you. You close your eyes. The sounds of the plaza wash over you, layered and indistinct. The murmur of conversation. The soft clink of a cup set down on a saucer. A child's voice high and clear, rising and falling. The fountain somewhere, its water falling into its basin with a sound like steady rain. The Arga is still flowing out there beyond the city walls, carrying the water of the mountains south through the basin. It does not pause, it does not rest. It moves through the night as it moves through the day, patient and constant, a companion that does not need to be seen to be present. You think of the gray wagtails, those small, constant birds bobbing their tails on the river stones. Patient, unhurried, entirely present. They will be there tomorrow morning, on the same stones, in the same light, doing what they have always done. Your breathing slows. The warmth of the coffee has spread through your hands and into your arms and into the center of your chest. The tiredness in your legs deepens, becoming less a sensation and more a state, a heaviness that holds you gently in place. The plaza grows quieter still. The light softens, the voices recede. The city settles around you like a blanket, its old stone warm from the afternoon sun, its streets narrow and sheltering, its history deep beneath your feet. The old walls of the city hold the warmth of the day. They have been holding it for centuries, absorbing the afternoon sun and releasing it slowly through the night. The stone is warm to the touch, even now, even as the light begins to fade. It is the warmth of a long history, a deep patience, a stone that has learned to hold what is given. You think of the river, the pale cobbles on the riverbed, the old limestone, the ancient seabed carried and smoothed by the patient current, the trout in the shallows holding steady against the flow, the gray wagtail flicking its tail on a stone at the water's edge. The light fades. The plaza is warm and quiet. The city holds you, and the river holds the city, and the valley holds the river, and the mountains hold the valley. And the night is coming slowly, settling over everything like mist. Your breathing deepens, your heartbeat slows. The sounds of the plaza are very far away now, soft and formless, a murmur that means nothing and asks nothing and simply exists. Like the sound of the river, like the sound of the breeze in the poplars, like the sound of your own breath. The Arga flows south. The bells are silent. The villages sleep in their valley, each one in its bend, each one beside its bridge, each one held by the river and the hills and the long, slow turning of autumn into winter. You are warm, you are still. The 20 kilometers are behind you, settled into your body like a memory, like a song you have heard but cannot quite recall, its melody dissolving into sleep. The third day is done. The city holds you, the river flows. The night deepens over Pamplona, over the old walls, over the plaza, over the pilgrims sleeping in the ancient city, at the end of the long valley, beside the patient, murmuring river. You have walked from Zubiri to Pamplona, 20 kilometers of river valley and ancient villages, stone bridges and church bells, and now the old city holds you within its walls. Rest here, in the heart of Navarra. Next time, the Camino leaves the city and crosses the hills toward Puente la Reina, where the pilgrim roads come together. But that walk can wait. Tonight there is only the plaza, the quiet, and sleep. Welcome back to the long road and to the Camino de Santiago. Last time, we followed the Arga River from Zubiri through medieval villages and into the old city of Pamplona. Tonight, we leave the city behind. Settle in, let your breathing slow, and let the morning carry you out. We climb to the Alto del Perdón, the hill of forgiveness, where the wind turbines turn above a ridge of limestone and a line of iron pilgrims walks forever against the sky. Then down through farmland and wine country to the ancient bridge town of Puente la Reina, 24 kilometers under the autumn sun. The morning is warm and clear in Pamplona. You leave the old city through the university district, where the wide streets are quiet and the plane trees cast long shadows across the pavement. The air smells faintly of coffee and cut grass. Somewhere behind you a church bell strikes the hour, its sound fading slowly into the still air. You cross the Parque de la Taconera, where the old city walls are softened by ivy and the moat has been turned into a garden. Peacocks walk on the grass, their tails folded, their small heads turning to watch you pass. The park is quiet at this hour. A jogger passes in the opposite direction. The sound of her footsteps fades quickly. 24 kilometers lie ahead of you today. 24 kilometers from this city to a bridge over a river. There is no hurry. The city falls away in layers. First, the old quarter, with its narrow streets and balconied houses. Then the newer districts, with their wide avenues and roundabouts. Then the suburbs, where the buildings thin and the spaces between them widen. And then, almost without noticing, you are in the countryside. The pavement gives way to a paved road as you leave the last of the city behind. The buildings thin. A few apartment blocks stand at the edge of the suburbs, their balconies hung with laundry drying in the early sun. Then open land appears on both sides of the road, and the city releases you. The University of Navarra campus fades behind you. Its modern buildings, pale concrete and glass, give way to older houses with terracotta rooftops and small fenced gardens. A dog barks once, lazily, from behind a fence. The sound does not repeat. The path becomes a gravel track. Your footsteps change, softer now, a quiet crunch with each step. The track runs between low stone walls, and beyond them wheat fields stretch away in every direction, golden and heavy-headed in early autumn. The rhythm of walking returns. You found it on the first day and lost it in the city. Now on the open track, it comes back, that steady, unhurried cadence that carries you forward without effort. Left, right, the body remembers. You can see the Sierra del Perdón ahead. It sits along the southern horizon, a long, low ridge with the shapes of wind turbines visible along its crest. They look small from here, toy-like. You will be among them by midday. The morning light falls across the wheat in long golden bands. Where the path curves, the angle of the light changes and the wheat shifts from gold to amber to pale green, as though you are walking through a painting that repaints itself with every step. The sky is enormous above the fields. Without buildings or trees to frame it, it stretches from horizon to horizon, pale blue at the edges, deepening overhead. A few high clouds drift from west to east, thin and white, barely moving. You watch them for a while as you walk. They are in no hurry either. The morning air is warm, but not yet hot. A faint haze softens the horizon. The kind of haze that will burn off by midday, leaving the sky a deep, clear blue. September in Navarra. The summer is ending, but it has not yet let go. But that is later. For now, the path is level and easy, and the morning is still cool. A light breeze moves through the wheat, making it sway in slow waves that travel from one side of the field to the other. You walk and watch the waves. After 5 kilometers, you reach Cizur Menor. It is a residential suburb of Pamplona, unremarkable in most ways. But it has been a stopping point for pilgrims since the 12th century. Some things endure. Somewhere to your right, a rooster crows. The sound is bright and absurd in the still morning, a declaration of something important that only the rooster understands. It crows again, and then is silent. The church of San Miguel Arcangel stands at the center of the village. It is a fortified church, thick stone walls, a crenellated tower, narrow slit windows that let in light but could also serve as defenses. It was built by the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, the same order that maintained pilgrim hospitals across the Holy Land. The Knights arrived here in the 12th century. They built a monastery and a hostel for pilgrims, and for over 600 years they offered shelter and care to anyone walking the road to Santiago. Then, in 1836, the Spanish government expelled all religious orders from their properties. The doors closed. The tradition ended. Or so it seemed. In 1999, the Knights of Malta returned. They reopened the hostel beside the church and resumed their hospitality, picking up a thread that had been cut 163 years earlier. The pilgrims came back, as they always do. You pause in the shade of the church doorway. The stone is cool against your back. The recently restored 13th century doorway arches above you, its carved stone softened by 800 years of weather. Someone carved these figures. Someone set these stones. Their names are forgotten, but the door remains. 5 kilometers behind you now, 19 ahead. The climb toward the Sierra del Perdón begins here, gentle at first, the track rising almost imperceptibly through farmland. The path leaves Cizur Menor on a dirt track that winds between wheat fields. The grain has been harvested in some of them, leaving pale stubble. In others, the wheat still stands, its color deepening from gold to amber in the September light. The track passes a grove of Scots pines. Their trunks are straight and tall, their bark the color of rust. The shade beneath them is cool and resinous, and the ground is carpeted with dry needles that crunch softly underfoot. You pass through the grove and back into the sunlight. A crested lark rises from the stubble to your left. It climbs vertically, stuttering its song as it goes, a rapid tumbling sequence of notes that seems too complex for such a small bird. It hangs in the air for a moment, singing, then drops back to the earth and vanishes among the stalks. The fields here are immense. You can walk for 10 minutes without a bend in the path, the track running straight between the wheat like a line drawn with a ruler. The horizon is wide and flat to the north, where the Pamplona basin stretches out, but ahead the land rises, and the Sierra fills more and more of the sky. You hear the crested larks before you see them. Their song comes from everywhere and nowhere, tumbling down from an empty sky. They are the voice of these open fields, persistent, cheerful, undimmed by the heat. The track is dry and firm underfoot. Pale gravel, packed hard by summer heat and the passage of many feet. Your walking poles tap a steady rhythm. The sound is metronomic, soothing. Tap, 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 tap. Boxwood hedges line the farm lanes here, their dark green leaves dense and glossy. They have been planted as windbreaks, and they do their work well. The air in their shelter is warmer, stiller, carrying the dry scent of sun-baked earth. A distant tractor moves across a field to your left, trailing a plume of pale dust. The sound of its engine reaches you a moment later, a low growl that fades and returns as the machine turns at the end of each furrow. It is a companionable sound, evidence of someone else at work on this warm morning. The climb from Zaricuigui to the summit is 5 kilometers. That sounds short, but the gradient is steady and the path is rough, and the sun is high now. You settle into the climb the way you would settle into a conversation, patiently, without rushing to the point. The ground rises. Not steeply, but you feel it in your calves, a slight extra effort with each step. The Sierra del Perdón is drawing you toward it. Rosemary grows along the path margins. Its pale blue flowers have mostly faded, but the silvery green leaves are still fragrant. You brush your hand against a bush as you pass. The scent rises, sharp and clean, and clings to your fingers. Ahead, the village of Zaricuigui appears on the lower slopes of the Sierra. Stone houses the color of pale honey, clustered around a church tower. It is a small village. Perhaps 50 people live here. 8 kilometers now, 16 to go. The path enters the village through a narrow lane between stone walls. The walls are warm to the touch, holding the morning sun. Ivy trails from the top of one wall, and a fig tree leans over another, its branches heavy with dark fruit. Zaricuigui is quiet. A cat sits on a doorstep, eyes half closed. A window is open somewhere above, and from it comes the faint sound of a radio, a woman's voice singing in Spanish, the words indistinct. The church of San Andres stands at the center of the village. It is Romanesque, built in the 12th century, its heavy wooden door set within a rounded stone arch. Inside, a baptismal font has been carved from a single block of stone. One piece of rock, hollowed by hand, smooth from centuries of water and touch. This church is the oldest thing in the village. Almost everything else was built later, in the 15th and 16th centuries. The reason is the Black Death. In the 14th century, plague swept through Navarra and emptied Zaricuigui. The disease killed so many people that the village was nearly abandoned. Only the church survived from the time before. The stone houses you see around you now were built by those who came later, who resettled this quiet place on the hillside and started again. The stone houses of Zaricuigui have thick walls and deep-set windows designed to keep out the summer heat and the winter cold. The walls are a meter thick in places. They hold the temperature of the earth itself, cool when the world outside is burning, warm when the frost comes. You look at the church door. Its heavy wooden planks are darkened by age, held together by iron studs. The rounded stone arch above it is simple and unadorned, the Romanesque style at its most honest. Function before decoration, strength before beauty. The door has opened and closed for 800 years, and it opens still. You fill your water bottle at the village fountain. This is the last village before the summit. The climb from here is steady and exposed, and the day is growing warm. The water is cold and clear. You drink, and the coolness spreads through you. The path leaves Zariquigigi, and the climb begins in earnest. The gravel track gives way to a rockier surface, and the gradient steepens. Holm oak scrubland flanks the path on both sides, low, dense, evergreen bushes that barely reach your waist. The air smells different here. Wild thyme carpets the dry ground between the rocks, and with each footstep you release its scent. It mixes with the sharper fragrance of rosemary and the faint, resinous smell of the Scots pines that grow on the northern approach to the Sierra. The path steepens. You shorten your stride and lean forward slightly. The gravel underfoot gives way to rockier ground, pale stones embedded in compacted earth, the beginning of the mountain's true surface showing through the thin skin of soil. The path narrows. Loose stones shift beneath your feet, and you place each step with care. The surface is pale gray limestone, exposed bedrock scored with erosion channels. This rock is old. Eocene limestone and sandstone, formed roughly 55 million years ago when these hills were beneath a shallow sea. Wild thyme is everywhere on this slope. It grows in low mats between the rocks, its tiny leaves gray-green, its stems woody and tough. Each footstep releases a burst of fragrance that rises and disperses in the moving air. The path smells like a kitchen garden. The Sierra del Perdón is part of a fold system created when the Iberian and European tectonic plates collided to form the Pyrenees. The ridge runs from east to west, a natural barrier between the Pamplona Basin to the north and the broad Val d'Isard Valley to the south. You are walking across a geological boundary. Behind you, the flat floor of the Pamplona Basin, filled with younger sediments deposited by the Arga and its tributaries. Ahead, the older folded rock of the ridge, pushed up from the earth by forces that worked for millions of years. The vegetation thins as you climb. The holm oaks give way to Kermes oak, stunted evergreen shrubs, tough enough to survive the relentless summit gusts. They grip the rocky soil with tenacious roots. Gorse grows between them, its seed pods dry and crackling in the September heat. Your shirt is damp with sweat. The breeze cools it against your skin, and the sensation is pleasant, cold, and warm at once. The body's own cooling system working exactly as it should. You do not fight the effort. You lean into it. You feel the breeze strengthen. It comes from the west, cool against your warm skin, pressing the fabric of your shirt against your chest. With every step higher, the air moves faster. You pause to catch your breath and turn to look behind you. The view has opened up while you were focused on your feet. The Pamplona Basin stretches below, vast and luminous, its fields and rivers shimmering in the late morning light. You can see the cathedral spire. You can trace the path you walked this morning. It seems impossible that you were there just hours ago. Lavender grows on the stony hillsides. It is past flowering now. The blooms faded to gray-brown, but the stems are still fragrant when the breeze stirs them. Lavandula latifolia, the broad-leafed lavender, at home on these dry, sun-baked slopes. Your shadow shortens as the sun climbs toward noon. It walks beside you, compressed and dark, stepping over the same rocks, leaning into the same slope. Soon it will be directly beneath you, and for a moment the two of you will occupy the same space. A griffin vulture passes overhead. You hear it before you see it, a soft rush of air through enormous feathers. You look up and there it is, riding a thermal, its wingspan nearly 3 meters, the tips of its primary feathers spread like fingers against the sky. It circles once, twice, and drifts away to the west without a single wing beat. The air is thinner here, or seems to be. Your lungs work a little harder. Your heart beats a little faster. But there is no discomfort, only the honest effort of the climb. The body is doing what it was made to do. The path switchbacks now, curving left and right across the slope. Each turn reveals a little more of the view behind you. Pamplona appears, its rooftops and spires catching the light, its edges blurring into the haze of the basin floor. Think of the wind. It has been here longer than the turbines, longer than the chapel, longer than the pilgrims. It poured across this ridge when the rock was still beneath the sea. It shaped the hills and dried the soil and bent the scrub oaks into their twisted forms. The turbines harvest it now, turning air into electricity, but the wind does not notice. It simply blows. Your breathing deepens. Your heart beats a little harder. These are not unpleasant sensations. They are the body doing what it was made to do, carrying you uphill, step by step, toward the sky. A short-toed snake eagle hovers over the scrubland to your right. It hangs in the air, motionless, wings adjusting constantly to the gusts, scanning the rocky ground below for movement. It is a summer visitor to this sierra. Soon it will leave for Africa, but today it hunts. The sound of the wind turbines reaches you before you can see them clearly. A low, rhythmic hum, a drone that rises and falls with the gusts, constant and strangely calming. It blends with the rush of air across the ridge until the two sounds are almost one. The turbines are enormous up here. Their towers are white steel, rising 30 meters or more, and the blades sweep in slow arcs that seem almost lazy, though each blade is longer than the wingspan of the griffin vulture that soared past you earlier. The scale is disorienting. You feel small on this ridge. The final stretch of the climb is steep. The path is rough underfoot, exposed bedrock and angular fragments of limestone broken by frost and the roots of scrub vegetation. You lean into the slope. The breeze is a steady pressure now. And then the ground levels and you are there. The inscription catches the light. The letters are cut into metal, and the late morning sun fills them with a thin line of brightness. You trace the words with your eyes once more. Donde se cruza el camino del viento con el de las estrellas. You may not remember the Spanish, but you will remember what it means. The Alto del Perdón, the Hill of Forgiveness, 790 meters above the sea, 12 kilometers behind you, 12 ahead, the exact midpoint of the day. The summit is a long, open ridge. The wind pours across it from the west, steady and cool, pressing against you like a living thing. 40 wind turbines stand in a line along the crest, their blades turning slowly in the constant current. The hum fills the air. It is everywhere, a deep vibration that you feel in your chest as much as hear with your ears. You stand still. The effort of the climb drains from your legs. Your breathing slows. The sweat on your skin cools in the breeze. The view is enormous. To the north, the Pamplona basin spreads out below you, its flat floor quilted with green and gold fields, the Arga River glinting in its channel, the city itself a pale smudge of rooftops and steeples. Beyond it, the foothills of the Pyrenees rise in blue-gray ranks toward the mountains you crossed days ago. The metal figures are life-sized. You can stand among them as though you have joined the procession. For a moment, you are one of them, another pilgrim on the ridge, leaning into the wind, walking westward. The only difference is that you will move on and they will stay. You have been walking for 3 days before this one, and in that time the Pyrenees have been a constant presence behind you, a wall of mountains on the northern horizon. From up here you can see them clearly. Their peaks are gray-blue in the distance, and a faint line of snow traces the highest ridges. That is where you began. That is how far you have come. To the south, a different landscape. The Val d'Isarbe Valley opens wide and fertile, a patchwork of wheat fields and vineyards and villages. You can see the terracotta rooftops of Uterga, Murazabo, Obanos, the red-brown plowed earth between them, the green rows of grapevines, everything laid out below you like a map you're about to walk into. The iron of the sculpture has weathered to a dark brown, almost black. In the morning it is a silhouette against the eastern sky. In the evening it faces the sunset. Right now at midday the figures are lit from above, their edges sharp, their surfaces warm to the touch if you reach out and place your hand against them. And there, at the summit, the sculpture. A procession of metal silhouettes stands along the ridge, cut from flat sheets of iron, darkened by weather and time. They are pilgrims. They walk in a line from east to west, leaning into the same wind that presses against you now. Some carry staffs, some ride horses, some walk alone, some walk together. The sculptor was Vicente Galbete, a Navarrese artist. He created this piece in 1996, and it tells the entire history of the pilgrimage in a single line of figures. At the eastern end, a lone medieval figure searches for the route. He is the first pilgrim, uncertain, feeling his way. Next comes a group of 3, showing the pilgrimage's growth in the early centuries. Then mounted merchants from the medieval trading era, when the road to Santiago was also a road of commerce. Then a solitary figure, representing the long centuries of decline, the 14th to the 20th, when wars, plagues, and changing times reduced the flow of pilgrims to a trickle. And at the western end, 2 modern pilgrims. They carry backpacks, they lean forward into the wind, just as you do. They are you. Below the sculpture, an inscription is set into the stone. It reads, Donde se cruza el camino del viento con el de las estrellas, where the path of the wind crosses with the path of the stars. The path of the stars. The Camino de Santiago, the way of St. James, follows the Milky Way across the sky. Medieval pilgrims navigated by it, walking westward beneath the river of stars each night. And here, on this ridge, the wind pours from the west along the same line, crossing the pilgrim road at the highest point. The sculpture was commissioned jointly by the company that built the wind turbines and the Friends of the Camino de Santiago, an unlikely partnership, industry and pilgrimage, standing together on the same ridge, sharing the same steady current of air. You linger here. There is no reason to hurry. The wind hums through the turbine blades. The metal pilgrims lean forward on their ridge, as they have done for 30 years, silent and patient. The view stretches to every horizon. Sit down if you like. The flat rocks near the sculpture are warm from the sun, and the view asks nothing of you except that you look at it. The turbine blades turn overhead. The metal pilgrims walk their silent walk. Time passes, or seems not to. The name of this place, the Hill of Forgiveness, comes from a chapel that once stood near the summit. It was dedicated to Our Lady of Forgiveness, Nuestra Señora del Perdón, and it was built in the 13th century. Pilgrims who reached the top were said to receive absolution for their sins. The chapel was destroyed during the Napoleonic Wars between 1808 and 1814. French and Spanish armies fought across Navarra, and the small hilltop chapel was caught in the violence. Little of it survived. But a pedestal built from its remaining stones serves as a shrine, and each year on the 30th of August, locals climb to this ridge to honor the memory of the Lady of Forgiveness. The descent has taken you from 790 meters to 500. Nearly 300 meters of elevation lost in a steep and rocky 2 kilometers. Your knees know this, your ankles know this, but the flat ground ahead is a promise that the body accepts gratefully. Think of all the pilgrims who have stood where you stand. 800 years of them. They climbed this same slope, felt this same wind, looked out over this same valley. The chapel is gone. The wind turbines are new, but the ridge is the same, and the view is the same, and the feeling of reaching the top after a long climb is the same. An Iberian wall lizard basks on a warm limestone rock near your feet. It is motionless, its tiny body absorbing the sun's heat, its skin patterned in green and brown. It watches you with one bright eye and does not move. You take a last look. The Pamplona basin behind you, the Valdezar Valley ahead, the metal pilgrims walking their endless walk along the ridge. Then you turn south and begin the descent. The descent has left its mark on your body. Your quadriceps are warm and slightly tight. Your toes, pressed forward in your boots during the steep sections, pulse with a dull awareness. These are not complaints. They are the body's honest record of what it has done. The descent from the Alto del Perdón is steep. It is the most difficult footing of the day. The path drops sharply from the summit, a narrow track of loose scree and eroded limestone steps. Each step requires attention. Loose stones shift and clatter beneath your feet, sliding downhill in small cascades. You plant your poles firmly and lower yourself from step to step. The weathered limestone is pale gray, scored with deep erosion channels. Angular fragments lie scattered across the path, broken by frost action over countless winters. The rock is old, the same Eocene stone you climbed through on the other side, but here the southern exposure has dried and cracked it, and the centuries of pilgrim footfall have worn it smooth in places. You descend slowly. There is a meditative quality to this kind of walking, where each step must be chosen. Your attention narrows to the next foothold, the next placement of your pole, the next shift of weight. The mind empties of everything except the ground immediately before you. The wind falls away as you drop below the ridgeline. The change is sudden and startling. One moment the air is pressing against you, constant and cool. The next, stillness, warmth. The sun on your face without the tempering breeze. The silence is deeper here. The hum of the turbines fades behind you, absorbed by the hillside. The southern slope smells different from the northern side. Drier, warmer. The scent of sun-baked clay and dry grass, of aromatic herbs growing in shallow soil. It is the smell of the Mediterranean creeping northward into Navarra, carried in the soil and the seeds and the angle of the sun. The path between Uturga and Murazabal is the quietest stretch of the day. No villages, no other walkers, just the track and the fields and the wide sky. You can hear your own breathing, your own footsteps, the faint rustle of dry grass at the path margins. Nothing else. Iberian wall lizards scatter from the rocks as you pass. They move in quick, jerky bursts, darting into crevices and vanishing. The warm limestone is their territory. You are just passing through. The scrubland returns Kermes oak and gorse, and then lower, the taller holm oaks reappear. Their shade is welcome. You step from the bright, exposed hillside into a corridor of dark green canopy, and the temperature drops by several degrees. The path eases. The gradient softens. The loose scree gives way to packed earth and gravel, and your footsteps become quieter, easier. Your knees are grateful. The land opens before you. After the confinement of the steep descent, With its narrow path and rocky walls, the sudden breadth of the valley is a relief. Fields stretch away to left and right, golden with stubble and green with late crops. The sky is enormous. The fields around Uterga and Lagarda are the agricultural heart of the Val d'Azarbe Valley. For 1,000 years, the rich alluvial soil here has been plowed and planted, harvested and plowed again. Wheat, barley, grapes, olives. The cycle turns with the seasons, as reliable as the sun. A red kite passes over the fields below, its forked tail tilting as it quarters the farmland, searching for movement in the stubble. It banks and turns, effortless, its russet wings catching the light. The church stands in a field of dry grass that has never been built on. No village grew around it, no market formed at its doors. It has always been alone, set apart, a place between places. Perhaps that was the intention, a sanctuary at the edge of the world, where the dying could be cared for and the dead could rest in peace. The red-brown earth of the Val d'Azarbe Valley spreads out before you now. The color comes from iron oxide in the weathered sedimentary rock, clay and alluvial soils washed down from the surrounding hills over millennia. This rich soil feeds the wheat fields and the vineyards that stretch between the villages ahead. The colors of this valley are extraordinary. The red-brown earth, the golden stubble, the dark green of holm oak on the distant hillsides, the orange terracotta of the village rooftops, and above it all, the deep blue of the September sky, crossed by a single contrail dissolving slowly from west to east. 15 kilometers behind you, 9 ahead. The steep descent is finished. The path ahead is gentle, undulating farmland, and the hardest part of the day is done. Uterga appears ahead, a small hilltop village of stone houses overlooking the valley. Its buildings are the color of warm sand, with terracotta rooftops that glow orange in the afternoon light. You saw these rooftops from the summit. Now you are walking toward them. The village is quiet. The streets are narrow and cobbled, running between houses built of local sandstone in the 15th and 16th centuries. Deep eaves shade the upper windows. Timber lintels frame the doorways. A cat watches you from a garden wall. The late afternoon sun warms the golden stone of the village. Long shadows stretch across the lane. The air here is still and heavy, sheltered from the ridge gusts by the surrounding hills. You hear a sheep bell somewhere below the village, a faint rhythmic clinking. You sit on a stone bench by the village church and rest. The stone is warm. The shade of the church wall falls across your shoulders. You take a long drink of water and feel it move through you, cool and clean, replacing what the mountain took. The sheep are in the fields below Uterga, grazing among the stubble. You cannot see them yet, but their bells carry up the hillside. The sound is older than the village. People have kept sheep in this valley for thousands of years. The bells are different now, the flocks perhaps smaller, but the sound is the same. You pass through Uterga and continue along a dirt farm track through open fields. The path is level and easy, a welcome relief after the mountain. The soil is dark and rich on either side. Plowed furrows stretch away in long straight lines. The sheep become visible now, a flock of perhaps 100, scattered across a hillside pasture below the path. They are white against the golden grass, barely moving, grazing in the slow, methodical way of sheep everywhere. Their bells reach you in waves, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, as the breeze shifts. The tiny hamlet of Lagarda appears to your left, a handful of stone houses in the open farmland, no more than a dozen buildings. It is so small it seems to be an extension of the fields themselves, as if the houses grew from the same earth that feeds the crops. European bee-eaters sit on the telegraph wires ahead of you. They are extraordinary birds, iridescent blue, green, and gold, their colors shifting as they turn. They perch in a row, chattering softly, preparing to migrate south for the winter. In a few weeks, they will cross the Strait of Gibraltar into Africa. For now, they sit on the wires in the Spanish sun and wait. The afternoon light has changed. It is richer now, deeper, the shadows longer and more defined. Each stone in the walls beside the path casts its own small shadow. The texture of the landscape sharpens. Every furrow in the plowed fields, every leaf on the vines, stands out with a clarity that the flat light of midday could not give. The arcade casts a pattern of light and shadow on the ground around the church. 33 arches, 33 bright intervals, 33 shadows. The pattern shifts as the sun moves. It has been shifting every day for more than 850 years, a slow clock written in stone and light. 18 kilometers behind you now, 6 to go. The village of Roncesvalles lies ahead, and with it, a choice. Roncesvalles is a quiet farming village, its stone houses set along a single street. Fig trees lean over garden walls, their branches heavy with late-season fruit. The scent is unmistakable, that rich, sweet, heavy smell of ripe figs warming in the afternoon sun. It fills the lane. A fig has split open on the branch, revealing the pink interior, soft and glistening. A wasp explores it lazily, crawling over the sweet flesh. The scent is almost intoxicating, dense, sugary, alive with the warmth of the afternoon. You breathe it in and walk on. From here, a short detour leads to one of the most mysterious buildings on the entire Camino, Santa Maria de Unet. You take the turning. The path crosses open farmland, flat and quiet. The light is softer now, the afternoon deepening toward evening. And then, standing alone in a field with no village around it, no town, no other building in sight, you see the church. Santa Maria de Unet. It is small and perfect and utterly alone. An octagonal Romanesque church, built of dressed stone, surrounded by a freestanding arcade of 33 arches. It sits in the middle of a field, like something from a dream separate from the ordinary world. The name comes from the Basque language, Unet. It means 100 doors, a reference to the arches of the arcade that surrounds the church, though there are 33, not 100. Perhaps the name was always a poetic exaggeration. Perhaps there were once more arches than survive today. No one knows for certain. The church was built around 1170. Its octagonal plan is unusual. Most Romanesque churches in Navarra are rectangular, and it echoes the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. This echo has led to centuries of speculation about who built it and why. The cobbled lanes of the old town are worn smooth by centuries of feet. The stones are uneven, shaped by use rather than by design, each one settled into its place by the weight of everyone who has walked on it. You feel them through the soles of your boots, a gentle unevenness, like walking on the back of a sleeping animal. For generations, people linked Unet to the Knights Templar. The octagonal shape, the crusading connection, the air of mystery it seemed to fit. But there is no documentation of Templar presence in this part of Navarra. None at all. The Knights Hospitaller, however, were active in the area, and they may have operated the church as a funerary chapel and pilgrim hospital. Think of the two paths meeting here. One came through Roncesvalles, through the Pyrenean passes, through the green valleys of Navarra. The other came through the Somport Pass, through the dry hills of Aragon, through different villages and different landscapes. And here in Obanos they converge, two streams joining a single river. Excavations in the field around the church have uncovered pilgrim burials, bodies laid in the earth, some bearing scallop shells, the symbol of Santiago. These were pilgrims who died on the road and were buried here, in the shadow of this strange, beautiful church. Unit cared for them in death as it had in life. You walk around the outside of the arcade. The arches are semicircular, supported by columns with carved capitals. Each capital is different, leaves animals, abstract patterns. The stone is warm and golden in the late afternoon light. You run your hand along one of the columns. It is smooth, worn by weather and by the hands of everyone who has touched it before you. Inside, the church is cool and dim. The vault above is 8-ribbed, inspired by the art of the Cordoban Caliphate, an echo of Islamic architecture in a Christian church. Chessboard decoration runs along the walls, a pattern typical of Navarra and Aragon, found nowhere else in Europe. The geometry of the building is precise and deliberate. 8 walls, 8 sections of roof, 8 windows. The number 8 was significant in medieval Christian symbolism. It represented resurrection, the 8th day, the day beyond the 7 days of creation when the world begins again. To build an octagonal church was to build a symbol of eternal life. The silence inside is deep. The thick stone walls absorb every sound. The light enters through narrow windows, falling in pale shafts across the stone floor. You stand in the center of the octagon and breathe. The air smells of old stone and centuries. There is something about this place that resists explanation. It is not large. It is not grand. It is simply itself, a small, perfect octagon standing alone in a field, surrounded by arches, holding its silence. It has stood here for more than 850 years. It will stand here long after you leave. You step back outside into the warm air and the late light. The field around the church is golden with dry grass. A breeze stirs the grass and moves on. You take a last look at the arcade, at the octagonal roof, at the quiet perfection of it, and then you turn back toward the path. A single bird sings from the field beside the church. You do not know what kind it is. Its song is a simple phrase repeated 3 times, then silence. Then the phrase again. It sounds like a question asked patiently, without expectation of an answer. The detour back to the main route is short. The path rejoins the Camino and continues west through gentle farmland. Grapevines appear on both sides of the track now, their leaves turning red at the edges in early autumn. The harvest is coming. In a few weeks, these fields will be full of workers picking the fruit. 20 kilometers behind you, 4 to go. The village of Obanos rises ahead on a gentle hill above the plain. Obanos is a handsome village of stone houses and cobbled streets. Gothic doorways are carved into the facades, and coats of arms are set above the lintels of the older houses. The stone here is local sandstone, golden to pale gray, and it catches the evening light with particular warmth. The Gothic church of San Juan Bautista presides over the central plaza. Its bell tower rises above the rooftops, and as you enter the village, the bell strikes the hour. The sound rolls across the valley, clear and deep, echoing from the stone facades before fading into the open farmland beyond. Obanos is a place of convergence. Here, the Camino Aragonés, arriving from the Somport Pass to the east, merges with the Camino Francés, 2 rivers of pilgrims becoming one. From this village westward, all pilgrims walk the same road to Santiago. Think of all the routes that converge here, from Paris and Tours, from Le Puy and Vézelay, from Arles and Toulouse, through the mountains, across the plains, through 100 villages. And here in this quiet Navarrese village on a low hill, they become one. The path through Obanos follows narrow cobbled lanes between stone houses. Window boxes hold geraniums, their red flowers bright against the gray stone. An old man sits in a doorway, watching the evening come in. He nods as you pass. You nod in return. No words are needed. The walk from Obanos to Puente la Reina takes less than an hour. It is a gentle descent through vineyards and open fields. The kind of walking that asks almost nothing of the body. Your mind drifts. The path carries you. Obanos has its own legend. In the 14th century, a noblewoman named Felicia of Aquitaine walked to Santiago de Compostela and was so changed by the journey that she refused to return to the ducal court. She chose the life of a pilgrim instead, serving others on the road. Her brother Gillen pursued her. He found her here in the fields near Obanos and tried to persuade her to come home. When she refused, he was overcome by fury and struck her down. The moment passed, the fury left him, and Gillen was consumed by remorse so deep it shaped the rest of his life. The Calle Mayor is the spine of the town. Everything connects to it. The side streets, the churches, the fountains, the houses. If you walk its full length, you have seen all of Puente la Reina. It is a town that can be understood in a single straight line. He made his own pilgrimage to Santiago. Then he returned to the hillside near Obanos, built a hermitage at a place called Arnotegui, and lived as a hermit for the rest of his days, serving the same pilgrims his sister had served. The story has been performed as a play in the streets of Obanos since 1962, The Mystery of Obanos. Over 1,000 villagers put on medieval costumes and retell the legend each summer. It is declared a festival of national tourist interest, but it began as something simpler, a village remembering its story, keeping it alive by acting it out year after year. The village settles into evening around you. The heat of the day is fading. The stone walls release their stored warmth slowly, and the air between the houses is still and gentle. A door opens somewhere, and the smell of cooking drifts into the lane: garlic, olive oil, something slow and savory. A European siren sings from a rooftop above you, a small yellow-green finch, its song a rapid, tinkling stream of notes that spills from the eaves like water. You pause and listen. The bird sings on. You leave Obanos on a gentle gravel path that descends toward the valley floor. The evening light is golden now, long and low, casting your shadow far ahead of you on the pale track. 4 kilometers to go, less than an hour of walking. Vineyards line both sides of the path. The grapevines are heavy with fruit, dark clusters of tempranillo and garnacha hanging beneath the reddening leaves. The air smells of warm earth and ripe grapes, that faintly sweet, faintly dusty scent of a vineyard in late summer. The path descends almost imperceptibly. You would not notice the gradient if you were not paying attention, but your legs notice. They move with a little less effort, a little more ease. Gravity is helping now, carrying you gently toward the river. The path is easy. Your legs move with a rhythm that requires no thought. After 20 kilometers, the body finds its own pace, a gear that is neither fast nor slow, just steady. You are tired, but it is a good tiredness, the tiredness of a body that has been used well. The land flattens as you approach the Arga River. The vineyards give way to open fields, and then you see the town ahead, Puente la Reina, the Bridge of the Queen. The town was built for pilgrims. It was founded in the 11th century as a planned settlement, its single main street, the Calle Mayor, running between 2 fortified gate towers. The purpose was simple: to shelter those walking to Santiago and to provide them safe passage across the Arga River. Queen Dona Mayor ordered the construction of the bridge. She was the wife of King Sancho III of Navarra, who reigned from 1004 to 1035. She saw the pilgrims struggling to cross the Arga, and she commanded that a bridge be built. The town grew around it and took its name from her gift. The town layout has barely changed in 1,000 years. A single axis east to west with the church at one end and the bridge at the other. Everything a pilgrim needed was arranged along this one street. Shelter, food, prayer, and safe passage across the river. The simplicity is beautiful. You enter Puente la Reina from the east, passing the Church of the Crucifix. It stands at the entrance to the town, built by the Knights Templar in the 12th century. Its stone walls are thick and plain, the doorway simple. Inside the church, there is a crucifix unlike any you have seen. The cross is shaped like a Y, not a T, the arms branching upward at angles, the figure of Christ stretched between them. It is believed to have been brought from Germany by a medieval pilgrim, carried all this distance as an act of devotion. The unusual shape may represent an older Germanic tradition, a way of depicting the crucifixion that preceded the familiar Latin cross. You continue along the Calle Mayor. The narrow street channels a cool draft between tall medieval buildings of golden sandstone, 3 and 4 stories high. Arcaded ground floors line both sides, their stone arches worn smooth by centuries of passage. The shade is deep and welcome. The buildings are old. The town plan has barely changed since it was laid out in the 11th century. You are walking the same street that pilgrims have walked for 1,000 years, between the same stone facades toward the same river. The Calle Mayor runs the full length of the town, from the Church of the Crucifix at the eastern gate to the bridge at the western end. Along the way, the Church of Santiago holds a carved Gothic portal, its stonework darkened by age. You glance at it as you pass. Every surface here has a story. The street narrows as it approaches the river. The buildings on either side seem to lean inward, their upper stories almost touching. The light between them is dim and cool, a corridor of shadow that smells of old stone and river water. And then the buildings part, and the sky opens, and the bridge is before you. And then the street opens, and you see the bridge. There is a 7th arch, submerged beneath the waterline, visible only when the river is low. The builders placed it there to allow the passage of floodwater in the spring melt. Even hidden, it does its work. The bridge has stood for nearly 1,000 years, and no flood has taken it. The Puente de los Peregrinos, the Bridge of the Pilgrims, 6 semicircular arches of dressed stone spanning the Arga River, 110 meters long, 4 meters wide, nearly 1,000 years old. The evening deepens. The first star appears in the east, faint and tentative, barely visible against the blue. Then another. The path of the stars is beginning its nightly journey across the sky, the same path that guided the pilgrims who crossed this bridge before you. It is a Romanesque bridge built in the 11th century and widened in later centuries, but retaining its original form. Triangular cutwaters on the upstream side divide the current, and the bridge rises in a gentle humpback profile to the center span before descending to the far bank. Until the 19th century, this was the only crossing point on the Arga for kilometers in either direction. Every pilgrim, every merchant, every flock of sheep, every cart of grain, all of them crossed here on this bridge between these stone parapets. You step onto the bridge. The cobblestones are smooth and worn, shaped by 1,000,000 footsteps. Your feet find the shallow grooves left by centuries of passage. The stone is warm from the day's sun. Below you, the Arga flows green and clear over pale stones. The current breaks around the piers of the bridge, deepening into pools where the stone divides the flow. The sound of the water reaches you, a soft, continuous murmur. the river talking to itself as it has done since long before the bridge was built. You look upstream. The river bends away to the northeast, disappearing behind a stand of willows. Their branches trail in the current, leaves yellowing at the tips. You look downstream. The river straightens and widens, moving south through fields and pastures, carrying the reflection of the sky on its surface. You pause at the center of the bridge, the highest point. The river is below you, the town behind you, the open road ahead. The evening light falls across the water, turning it from green to gold. This is one of the finest Romanesque bridges in Spain. That is what the guidebooks say, and they are right. But standing on it, leaning against the stone parapet, listening to the river, you do not think about architecture or history. You think about how good it feels to stop. The bridge has carried every kind of traveler, medieval pilgrims with their staffs and scallop shells, merchants with their mule trains, soldiers marching to wars that are now footnotes in history, farmers bringing their grain to market, children running across on a dare, and now you, with your backpack and your tired legs and your quiet thoughts. Your eyelids grow heavy. It is a natural heaviness, the weight of a long day well spent. You do not fight it. There is nothing to fight. The day is done. The bridge is crossed. The road is behind you. The air above the river is cooler. You feel it on your face, on your arms, a gentle coolness rising from the water. The sweat of the day dries on your skin. Your muscles, tight from the descent, begin to soften. A swallow dips beneath the arch of the bridge, skimming the water's surface, and rises again on the other side. Then another. They are nesting somewhere in the stonework, in the gaps between the old dressed blocks. They have made their home in the bridge, as so many others have made their home in this town. The river moves beneath you, unhurried and steady. It has worn these stones smooth. It has shaped the banks and deepened the pools and carried silt downstream to the fields beyond. The bridge stands in the river, and the river flows around the bridge, and neither one is troubled by the other. 24 kilometers. That is what you walked today, from the streets of Pamplona to this bridge over the Arga, through wheat fields and up a mountain and down the other side, past a fortified church and a village emptied by plague and a ridge of singing turbines and a procession of metal pilgrims, through a mysterious octagonal chapel standing alone in a field, through the village where all the pilgrim roads become one. You crossed the highest point of the day and the lowest. You felt the wind on the ridge and the stillness in the valley. You touched stone that was carved 800 years ago and stone that was shaped by forces 55 million years before that. You walked through history and geology and the slow turning of the seasons, and all of it brought you here, to this bridge, to this moment. And now this bridge. This ancient, beautiful bridge, built by a queen for people she would never meet, so that they could cross a river safely on their way to somewhere far away. The light fades. The golden hour deepens toward amber. The shadows of the bridge arches lengthen on the water below, curving and darkening as the sun drops toward the western hills. Your body is heavy with the good weight of the day. Your legs are warm and tired. Your feet, inside their boots, pulse gently with each heartbeat. These sensations are not pain. They are the body settling, the way a house settles in the evening, its timbers cooling, its joints easing. The river murmurs beneath you. The sound is constant and soft, a low, liquid voice that does not rise or fall, does not pause, does not stop. Let it carry you. Let your eyes rest. The sound of the river is enough. It asks nothing of you. It tells no story that requires your attention. It simply flows as it has always flowed beneath this bridge, through this valley toward the sea. The breeze moves through the town, gentle and warm. It stirs the leaves of the plane trees along the riverbank. It brushes against the stone parapets of the bridge. It touches your face, light as a hand. You have crossed mountains and rivers. You have walked through cities and villages and open fields. You have climbed to the place where the path of the wind crosses with the path of the stars, and now you rest. The fourth day is done. The bridge is beneath you, solid and sure, as it has been for 1,000 years. The river flows, the light fades, the air cools. Somewhere in the town behind you, a door closes softly. A window is lit with warm yellow light. The day's pilgrims are settling in for the night, finding their beds, easing their boots from their feet, letting the weariness of the road dissolve into rest. Tomorrow there will be more road, more villages, more churches, more fields, but tomorrow is tomorrow. Tonight there is only the sound of the river, the warmth of the stone, the gentle weight of your body at rest. Let your breathing slow. Let the rhythm of the water replace the rhythm of your footsteps. Let the day dissolve gently, like mist above the Arga, into the quiet of the evening. The river flows, the bridge holds, and you rest. You have walked from Pamplona to Puente la Reina. 24 kilometers of climbing and descending, wind and silence. Iron pilgrims on a ridge and a stone bridge over the Arga rest here, beside the river. Tomorrow, the path follows the valley south through Roman roads and wine country toward Estella. But that walk can wait. Tonight there is only the bridge and the river and sleep. Welcome back to the long road and to the Camino de Santiago. Last time we crossed the Alto del Perdón and descended to the bridge town of Puente la Reina. Tonight we follow the river south into the wine country of Navarra. Settle in, let your body rest, and let the path begin. We walk through vineyards and along a Roman road 2,000 years old, past the hilltop village of Zubiri and through quiet farming country to the medieval trading town of Estella on the banks of the Ega, 21.5 kilometers through the heart of Navarra. This is the last stage of the first chapter. If you enjoy these walks, like and subscribe so you don't miss the next stage. Now, let the morning find you in Puente la Reina. The mist is drifting above the river, and it is time to walk. The morning is still and cool in Puente la Reina. A faint mist drifts above the Arga River, softening the stone arches of the great bridge into pale, floating shapes. The air smells of river water and damp limestone. Somewhere behind you, in the narrow streets of the old town, a door opens and closes, then silence again. You stand at the entrance to the Puente de los Peregrinos, the bridge of pilgrims, 6 semicircular arches spanning the Arga, 110 meters of dressed stone, rising gently to its highest point at the center before descending to the far bank. The bridge is nearly 1,000 years old. It was built in the 11th century at the command of Queen Dona Mayor of Navarra for the safe passage of pilgrims crossing the river. Before the bridge, travelers had to wade or ferry across. Many drowned. The Queen ordered the bridge built so that no pilgrim would be lost to the current again. You step onto the bridge. Your footsteps sound hollow against the worn stone, a low resonance that seems to come from somewhere beneath you, from the arches themselves. The Arga flows dark and quiet below, its surface barely moving, carrying the reflected gray of the sky downstream. The bridge has a humpback profile, rising gently to its center span. As you walk, you feel the slight incline beneath your feet, and then the descent on the far side. It is barely perceptible, but your body registers it. A rising and a falling, like a single breath. The stone beneath your feet has been polished smooth by centuries of crossing. Not just pilgrims, merchants, soldiers, farmers, livestock. 1,000 years of passage, compressed into the gentle concavity worn into each paving slab. Halfway across, you pause. The river is wide here, and the mist moves slowly above its surface in thin, translucent layers. The triangular cutwaters on the upstream side of each pier divide the current into quiet V's. You can hear the water just barely, a soft murmur against stone. You look back at the bridge one last time. From this angle, you can see all 6 arches reflected in the still water below, creating perfect semicircles that join their reflections to form full ovals of stone and shadow. The geometry is ancient and exact. This is the bridge that gave the town its name, Puente la Reina, the Queen's Bridge. Before it was built, this was simply a ford on the river. The bridge changed everything. It made the crossing safe, and the safe crossing made the town. You reach the far bank and step onto a gravel path. The bridge falls behind you. Ahead, the track follows the left bank of the Arga, flat and easy, through a corridor of alder and willow trees. Their leaves are beginning to yellow at the edges, the first signs of autumn. 21.5 kilometers to Estella, the 5th day of the Camino, the last stage of the first section through the Pyrenees and Navarra. You have crossed mountains, descended through beech forests, followed rivers through valleys. Today the terrain will be gentler, undulating farmland, vineyards, hilltop villages, and an ancient Roman road. The path along the river is soft underfoot, damp earth, fine gravel, a thin carpet of fallen leaves. The alders lean over the water, their roots trailing in the current, exposed by years of slow erosion. Somewhere upstream, a bird calls. A single, clear note repeated 3 times, then silence. The willow branches trail in the current, their tips just touching the surface of the water, making tiny ripples that spread outward in overlapping circles. The light catches these ripples and breaks into fragments, scattering across the underside of the canopy in shifting patterns of gold and shadow. The path is wide enough for 2, but you walk alone. The solitude of the early morning is a gift. No conversation required, no pace to match but your own. Just the sound of your footsteps and the quiet life of the riverbank. A heron stands motionless at the water's edge, its long neck curved into a patient S, its eyes fixed on the shallows. It has the stillness of something that has been waiting for a very long time and will wait a long time more. You pass without disturbing it. The air along the river is cool and damp against your skin. It carries the mineral smell of water over stone and a faint sweetness from somewhere you cannot identify. Perhaps the last of the season's wildflowers in the grass along the bank. You walk slowly. There is no need to hurry. The path is level and the morning is young. A red kite circles high above the river valley, its forked tail tilting as it adjusts to the current of air. It makes no sound. It simply drifts, patient and unhurried, scanning the fields below. After 3 kilometers, the path bends away from the river. The Arga curves to the north, and you continue west, climbing gently through open farmland. The change is gradual. The dampness of the riverbank gives way to drier air. The shade of the willows gives way to open sky. Vineyards begin to appear on the hillsides. Rows of grapevines trained along low wires, their leaves turning crimson and gold in the early autumn light. Heavy clusters of dark fruit hang beneath the canopy. Tempranillo and Garnacha grapes, the varieties of Navarra. The vineyard rows are spaced wide enough to walk between. Each vine is gnarled and low, trained along the wire, its trunk no thicker than your wrist, but twisted with age. Some of these vines are decades old. They have survived frost and drought and hail, and they continue to bear fruit with quiet persistence. The Tempranillo grape takes its name from the Spanish word temprano, meaning early. It ripens earlier than most varieties, its thick skin darkening to a blue-black that stains your fingers if you touch it. The Garnacha, by contrast, is lighter-skinned, heat-loving, producing wines of warmth and generosity. Both thrive in this landscape of dry limestone hillsides in hot summers. The smell reaches you before you see the fruit. A sweet, fermenting scent, warm and heavy, drifting from the ripening grapes. It is the smell of sugar turning slowly to alcohol in the September sun, almost intoxicating. The air itself seems thicker here, richer. Morning dew still clings to the vine leaves. Each drop catches the early light, a tiny lens refracting the colors of the sky. As the sun climbs, the dew will burn away, but for now the vineyards glitter quietly on either side of the path. The paved farm road climbs gently through the vines. The surface is smooth and easy underfoot. To your left, cereal fields spread across the flatter ground, their stubble pale gold after the harvest. To your right, the vineyard rows march up the hillside in neat, curving lines. A crested lark rises from the stubble with a stuttering song, climbing steeply into the air before hovering, wings fluttering, pouring out its melody to no one in particular. Then it drops back into the field and disappears. 5 kilometers from Puente la Reina, the village of Maneru appears on the hillside ahead. Stone houses the color of pale honey, clustered on the slope, a church tower rising above the rooftops. The village is small, perhaps 100 houses, surrounded by vineyards and cereal fields. You enter Maneru through a narrow lane that climbs between stone walls. The walls are warm to the touch, even this early in the morning. The stone holds the heat of yesterday's sun and releases it slowly through the night. You can feel it radiating gently against your palm. The village is quiet at this hour. A few windows are open and you can hear the faint sounds of morning routines inside. The clink of a cup, a voice, too soft to make out the words. These are the sounds of people beginning their day, unhurried and familiar in a village where the routine has not changed much in generations. The parish church of San Pedro stands at the heart of the village. A simple stone building, solid and plain, its tower watching over the valley below. At the edge of the settlement, you can see the ruins of a Gothic church, its walls open to the sky, its windows empty. It has been falling slowly for centuries. There is something peaceful about a ruin that no one is trying to save. It is simply being allowed to return to the earth, stone by stone, at its own pace. Grass grows between the fallen blocks. A fig tree has rooted itself in what was once the nave, its branches reaching through the space where the roof once arched. Fig trees grow in the sheltered village gardens, their broad leaves offering pools of shade. Some bear late-season fruit, the figs splitting on the branch, their purple flesh exposed and sweet. The air near them smells of warm sugar and earth. You pass through Maneru without stopping. The lane descends on the far side of the village, and the view opens suddenly to the west. There, on a rocky hilltop 3 kilometers ahead, you see Zubiri. It is one of the most striking sights on the entire Camino, a fortified silhouette of stone houses and a church tower crowning a steep, conical hill, rising above a sea of vineyards and golden fields. The village looks as though it grew from the rock itself, which in a sense it did. The hilltop on which Zubiri sits is a resistant outcrop of harder limestone. Over millions of years, the softer marl surrounding it has eroded away, leaving this natural fortress standing above the plain. The Romans noticed it. They settled here, leaving pottery and ceramic fragments and funerary remains in the surrounding fields. The fortified silhouette grows larger as you approach. You can begin to make out individual houses, their walls of pale stone, their rooftops of red clay tiles. The church tower rises above them all, solid and square, a landmark visible for kilometers in every direction. The medieval builders chose this hilltop for the same reason the Romans chose it before them: visibility and defense. From the summit, you can see anyone approaching from any direction. The narrow, spiraling streets could be blocked with a single cart. The village was a fortress disguised as a home. And after the Romans, the medieval builders noticed it too. They fortified the hilltop and built their streets to spiral upward, narrow and steep, easily blocked in times of danger. A village designed for defense as much as for living. The path descends into the shallow valley between Maneru and Siroki. Olive trees appear on the south-facing slopes, their silvery leaves catching the light as it strengthens. Small groves, not large plantations. These olives have been here a long time, their trunks thick and twisted, their roots deep in the limestone soil. European goldfinches flit along the field margins, feeding on thistle seeds. They are small, bright birds flashing red and gold as they move between the dry stems. Their call is a liquid twittering, cheerful and constant, a sound that belongs to these autumn field edges. The terrain here is composed of Eocene limestone, marl, and sandstone. Marine sedimentary rocks deposited 40 to 55 million years ago, when this entire region lay beneath a shallow sea at the margin of the Iberian Plate. The folding and uplift that created the Pyrenees tilted these ancient strata, producing the rolling hills you are walking through now. You are walking across the floor of a vanished ocean. Every stone beneath your feet was once sediment drifting slowly to the bottom of a warm, shallow sea. It is a thought that makes the present moment feel both vast and quiet. 8 kilometers from Puente la Reina. The path begins to climb towards Siroki. The ascent is not steep, but it is steady, and you feel the change in your legs. The vineyard rows fall away below you, their autumn colors deepening as the angle of the light shifts. A narrow paved lane enters the village from below, winding steeply upward between stone houses. The houses are built directly into the rock, their walls the same pale limestone as the hillside. It is difficult to tell where the natural stone ends and the constructed stone begins. Cool air funnels through the narrow medieval streets as you climb. The buildings on either side block the sun, and the temperature drops noticeably. Your footsteps echo against the stone walls. The sound bounces upward and fades. Siroki has about 200 inhabitants. The streets spiral to the summit, past carved lintels and timber balconies and doorways worn smooth by generations of hands. Flower pots line the windowsills. A cat watches you from a stone step, perfectly still, its eyes half open. At the highest point of the village, you reach the Church of San Roman. It was built around the year 1200, during the transition between Romanesque and Gothic, and its portal is one of the most remarkable doorways on the entire Camino de Santiago. The doorway is framed by a multi-lobed pointed arch, its curves decorated with horseshoe subarches of Mudejar influence. Geometric Cistercian patterns alternate with carved capitals depicting lions and griffins. The effect is intricate and strange, a meeting of Christian and Islamic artistic traditions in a single stone frame. This portal is one of only 3 multi-lobed doorways on the entire Santiago route. The others are in Puente la Reina, which you left this morning, and in Estella, where you will arrive this evening. 3 doorways, all in Navarra, all bearing the mark of Mudejar artisans. Mudejar artisans were Muslim craftsmen working under Christian rule after the Christian reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula pushed southward through the 11th and 12th centuries. Many skilled Muslim builders and carvers remained in the newly Christian territories. They continued to practice their art and their geometric patterns, their horseshoe arches, their love of intricate surface decoration became woven into the fabric of Christian buildings across Navarra and Aragon. You descend through the final streets of Siraki, the houses thinning, the hillside opening up. A woman hangs laundry from a balcony, white sheets catching the light. She does not look up. The sheets billow gently in the breeze, bright against the gray stone. You stand before the portal for a long moment. The stone is warm in the morning light. The carvings are 800 years old, and the edges have softened, the details blurring slowly into abstraction. But the horseshoe arches are still clear, still graceful, still carrying the memory of a culture that shaped this place and then disappeared from it. From the churchyard, the view is extraordinary. A panorama of vineyards, golden fields, and red-roofed villages stretching in every direction. The landscape is a patchwork of color: crimson vine leaves, pale stubble, dark green holm oaks on the distant hillsides, and the gray-blue line of the horizon beyond. You can see the path you have walked this morning. The valley of the Arga, the rooftops of Manaru, the vineyard-covered slopes, and ahead, to the west, the land descends toward a broad valley where the ancient Roman road will carry you onward. A fountain at the base of the village provides water. You fill your bottle. The water is cold and clean, drawn from somewhere deep in the limestone beneath the hill. You drink, and the cold spreads through your chest. Your footsteps on the Roman road have a different sound. Not the soft crunch of gravel or the flat slap of pavement, but a solid, resonant tap. Stone meeting stone through the sole of your boot. It is a sound that connects you, through the simplest of physics, to every person who has ever walked this way. You leave Siraki on the far side, descending the western slope of the hill. And here, beneath your feet, the path changes. The gravel and pavement give way to something older, something much older. Large, flat slabs of pale gray limestone, fitted tightly together, stretching ahead of you down the hillside in a broad, deliberate line. The surface is uneven but purposeful. Each stone has been chosen, shaped, and placed with care. This is the Roman road. The Via Agrippa, a Roman highway built in the 1st century, connecting Bordeaux, which the Romans called Burdigala, to Astorga, which they called Asturica Augusta. A road that once carried legions and merchants and administrators across the spine of the Iberian Peninsula, and now carries you. The limestone slabs are pale gray, almost white in the morning light. They are dense and heavy, each one requiring several people to lift into place. The Roman engineers who built this road did not think in terms of seasons or years. They thought in terms of centuries. They built for permanence, and they achieved it. You step onto the first stone and feel the difference immediately. The surface is rough but worn, the edges of each slab rounded by 2,000 years of footsteps and weather. The texture is dense and solid beneath your boots. There is a certainty to it, a permanence that gravel and dirt cannot match. The paving stones were laid using standard Roman engineering methods. First, a foundation of large flat stones, then a layer of compacted gravel for drainage, and finally, the carefully fitted surface slabs, cut from local limestone, pale gray, dense, and durable. The same qualities that made this stone useful 2,000 years ago make it useful today. The holm oaks along the hillside are ancient trees. Their trunks are thick and deeply furrowed, their bark almost black. The evergreen canopy casts a dense shade, and the temperature drops several degrees when you pass beneath them. The air smells of dry leaves and resin. Between the paving stones, small plants have found their way. Tufts of grass, tiny ferns, a thread of wild thyme. Life presses upward through every crack, every gap, every space that time has opened. The road is not dead. It is a living surface, a collaboration between human intention and natural persistence. The Via Agrippa connected Burdigala to Asturica Augusta, a distance of more than 700 kilometers through some of the most difficult terrain in the Western Empire. It carried trade goods, military dispatches, tax revenues, and pilgrims, long before the Christian pilgrimage to Santiago existed. The road was already ancient when the first medieval pilgrim walked it. Some of the stones were repaired in the Middle Ages. You can see the difference if you look carefully. The Roman stones are larger, more precisely cut. Their surface is worn to a smooth polish. The medieval repairs are smaller, rougher, fitted into gaps where the original paving had cracked or shifted. Drainage channels cut into the stone run along both sides of the road, designed to carry rainwater away from the surface. After 2,000 years, they still function. When it rains, the water flows along these channels exactly as the Roman engineers intended. There is something deeply satisfying about a design that outlasts the civilization that created it. But the essence of the road is Roman, 2,000 years old. You are walking on the same stones that Roman soldiers walked on. The same stones that carried the weight of ox carts and marching columns and barefoot pilgrims and mounted knights. The thought settles into you slowly, like warmth. This is the best preserved stretch of Roman road on the entire Camino Francis. Other sections have been buried or plowed over or quarried for building stone. But here on this hillside below Siraki, the road has survived. It has outlasted the empire that built it. Iberian wall lizards bask on the warm paving stones. Small, quick, gray-brown creatures, perfectly still until you come within a meter, then vanishing into the cracks between the slabs with a flick of the tail. They have been doing this for as long as the stones have been here. Longer, perhaps. Rosemary grows along the dry, rocky margins of the road. Pale blue flowers lingering into autumn. When you brush against it, the scent rises sharp and clean, cutting through the warm, heavy air of the vineyard country. Wild thyme carpets the stony ground beside the rosemary, releasing its fragrance when your foot falls near it. The road descends steadily. The stones are warm under your feet where the sun has reached them, cool in the patches of shade cast by the holm oaks that line the hillside. The oaks are evergreen, their dark canopy providing shelter on the exposed slope. Their acorns litter the path. 11 kilometers from Puente la Reina. The Roman road carries you down to the valley floor, and here you find a small bridge of dressed stone crossing the Regata de Iguste, a narrow stream that trickles between mossy banks. This bridge, too, is Roman, or at least its foundations are. The stream is barely a meter across. You could step over it, but the Romans built a bridge because that is what the Romans did. They built roads and bridges that would last not for a season or a generation, but for centuries, and they were right. You pause on the bridge. The water beneath is clear and slow, barely moving over a bed of small, pale stones. The sound it makes is the quietest of all water sounds. A whisper, a breath. You could miss it entirely if you were not listening. Think of the people who have crossed this bridge. Roman engineers inspecting their road. Medieval pilgrims on their way to Santiago, footsore and faithful. Farmers driving livestock to market. Soldiers in every century. And now you, standing here in the quiet morning, listening to the water. The Roman road ends a short distance beyond the bridge, giving way to a dirt and gravel farm track through open fields. The transition is abrupt. One moment you are walking on stones laid in the 1st century. The next, you are on ordinary earth. The ground feels softer, less certain. The valley opens ahead. Flat farmland stretches between low hills, the cereal stubble catching the light in shades of pale golden straw. The harvested fields have a peaceful, spent quality, as though they are resting after the effort of summer. The dry rustle of the breeze through the cereal stubble is the only sound. It is a papery, whispering noise, the stalks brushing against one another in the slight current of air. It comes and goes, rising and fading with the breeze, never quite the same twice. European bee-eaters perch on the telegraph wires ahead, a row of iridescent birds, their plumage a mosaic of turquoise, chestnut, and gold. They are gathering. In a few weeks, they will leave Spain entirely, migrating south across the Strait of Gibraltar to spend the winter in Africa. But for now they sit quietly in the autumn light, preening and waiting, as though the journey ahead is of no particular concern. You understand the feeling. 14 kilometers from Puente la Reina, 7.5 remain. You reach the quiet hamlet of Lorca, a handful of stone houses gathered around a single lane. The village is small and still. A dog watches you from a doorway. Geraniums bloom in a window box, vivid red against the gray stone. The Church of El Salvador stands at the center of the hamlet. A 12th century Romanesque church, simple and solid, with a stone nave and carved capitals. The door is open. Inside, the air is cool and dim and smells of candle wax and old wood. The carved capitals are rough and sincere. Leaves and faces and animals, cut by hands that were skilled but not refined. The stone has the warm, honeyed color of the local limestone. 8 centuries of candlelight and silence have given the walls a gentle patina, a softness that new stone does not have. Near the edge of Lorca, there are ruins of a medieval pilgrim hospital. The hospital of Arandagoyan sheltered travelers here from the 11th century onward. Pilgrims arriving exhausted from the long descent along the Roman road found food, water, and a bed. The building is gone now, but the kindness it represented is not. The concept of the pilgrim hospital was central to the Camino for centuries. These were not hospitals in the modern sense. They were hostels, refuges, places where anyone walking to Santiago could find shelter without payment. They were funded by monasteries, by wealthy patrons, by the belief that offering comfort to a stranger was a holy act. The flat farmland between the villages is beautiful in its simplicity. No drama, no spectacle, just the gentle roll of the earth, the geometry of the planted rows, the soft colors of autumn. It is a landscape that does not demand attention. It offers it, quietly, to anyone willing to look. You leave Lorca on a dirt track heading west through open fields. The path is flat and easy. The stubble fields stretch away on both sides, and the sky is enormous above you, pale blue deepening to white near the horizon. A gray partridge bursts from cover in a vineyard row with a sharp clatter of wings, then drops back into the vines and is gone. The path between Lorca and Villatuerta is one of the quietest stretches of the day. No villages, no landmarks. No sounds beyond the breeze in the stubble and the occasional bird. Just walking. Just the rhythm of your steps on the dirt track, steady and even, a metronome of forward motion. There are moments on the Camino when the walking itself becomes the destination. When you stop thinking about where you're going and simply exist in the act of movement. Your feet find their own pace. Your arms swing in counterpoint, your breathing synchronizes with your stride. The body knows what to do, the mind can rest. A red kite appears again, or perhaps a different one. It circles slowly above the fields, riding the thermal currents that rise from the sun-warmed earth. Its forked tail adjusts constantly, tilting left, then right, maintaining its position in the sky with effortless precision. The sun is higher now, and the air has warmed. You can feel it on the back of your neck, on your forearms. It is not the intense heat of summer, but a gentle, autumnal warmth, the kind that makes you want to slow down rather than seek shade. You slow down. The river valleys of the Arga and the Iga, which you are crossing between, are floored with quaternary alluvial deposits. Clay, silt, and gravel washed down from the surrounding hills over thousands of years. These deep, fertile soils, rich in iron oxide, give the plowed fields their characteristic red-brown color. It is these soils that support the intensive viticulture and cereal farming of the region. The same red earth that stains the soles of your boots has fed the people of Navarra for millennia. You are walking through a working landscape, a place that has been cultivated and tended without interruption since before the Romans arrived. Boxwood hedges line the farm lanes between the fields, their small, dark leaves dense and glossy. Mediterranean scrub oak grows on the drier margins. The vegetation here is adapted to the long, dry summers and the limestone soil. Everything is tough, aromatic, slow-growing. 17 kilometers behind you now. The village of Villatuerta appears ahead, divided into two neighborhoods by the Iranzu River. You can hear the river before you see it. A quiet, steady murmur, the sound of water flowing over stones. You cross a paved road and then a bridge over the Iranzu. The river is small but lively, tumbling over a shallow bed of pale cobbles. The sound it makes is brighter than the Arga this morning, more animated. A cheerful chattering sound, like a conversation heard from another room. The two neighborhoods of Villatuerta face each other across the Iranzu. Stone houses on both banks, connected by bridges that have been rebuilt many times over the centuries. The river is the spine of the village, its constant murmur the background to every conversation, every meal, every night's sleep. Villatuerta has Roman origins. Funerary inscriptions found in the surrounding fields attest to a settlement here in the centuries after the road was built. People lived and died and were commemorated in stone beside this same river 2,000 years ago. The village has a long history of winemaking, dating to at least the 11th century. The tradition continues today. Vineyards stretch toward Estella in the distance, their autumn colors softening the landscape into a quilt of crimson, amber, and green. The Church of the Assumption stands on the banks of the Iranzu, a 13th century building, rebuilt in later centuries but retaining its medieval foundations. The stones at the base of the walls are older, darker, more weathered than the ones above. You can read the history of the building in its layers. You pass through Villatuerta and continue west on a gravel path through vineyards and farmland. 4.5 kilometers remain. The afternoon light is golden now, warm and low, casting long shadows across the vineyard rows. The air smells of dry earth and ripe fruit. Swallows circle above the path, swooping low, their wings cutting sharp arcs through the air. They are feeding on insects stirred up by the warmth of the afternoon. Their flight is effortless and precise, each turn and dive executed without hesitation. In the distance, you can see a cluster of buildings at the foot of a wooded hillside, the monastery of Iraqi, one of the oldest Benedictine foundations on the Iberian Peninsula, with records dating to the year 958. The monastery of Iraq has known many lives. Founded as a Benedictine house, it became a center of learning, then a university that educated students for nearly 3 centuries. When the university was closed in 1824, the building became a military hospital. Then, for a long time, it was nothing. Empty rooms, echoing corridors, dust settling on stone. The monastery served as a pilgrim hospice for centuries, offering shelter and food to those walking to Santiago. Later, between 1544 and 1824, it became a university that rivaled Salamanca. Then a military hospital. Then, in 1985, it was vacated entirely. It stands now in a state of slow restoration, grand and silent. But the monastery's most famous feature is not the building itself. It is the wine fountain. On the wall facing the Camino, the adjacent Bodegas Irache installed 2 spouts in 1991, one for water, one for red wine. Both are free. The wine fountain is a small thing, really. 2 metal spouts set into a stone wall, a tile mural depicting the Camino. A drain in the pavement below, but it has become one of the most beloved landmarks on the entire pilgrimage. Not because of the wine, which is ordinary, because of the gesture. The wine fountain continues a tradition of hospitality to pilgrims that began here over 1,000 years ago. The monks gave food and shelter. The bodegas give wine. The gesture is the same, a welcome offered without condition to anyone passing through. You stand before the fountain. The stone wall is stained dark where the wine has splashed and dried over the years. A small sign above the spouts asks only that you drink responsibly and continue your journey in good spirits. The wine is young and red, tasting of the same grapes you have been walking through all morning. You drink, the wine is cool and slightly tart. It is not remarkable wine, but it is free, and it is given kindly, and that makes it taste better than it otherwise might. The gravel path continues through the vineyards toward Estella. The town is visible now, its medieval skyline rising above the trees along the Ega River. Church towers and stone rooftops, golden in the late afternoon sun. The sight of your destination, after a long day of walking, brings a quiet satisfaction that needs no words. You can feel the distance you have walked today in the soles of your feet. A dull warmth, not quite pain. The accumulated pressure of 21 kilometers on earth and stone and gravel. Your body is keeping count even when your mind has stopped. Church bells reach you across the valley. Deep, slow, ancient. They have been marking time in Estella for 800 years. The sound arrives softened by distance, more a feeling than a sound, a low vibration in the warm air. The path becomes urban pavement as you enter Estella. The gravel gives way to stone, and the first buildings appear on either side. The walls radiate warmth. The golden sandstone of medieval Navarra, heated by a full day of sun, releasing its stored warmth into the cooling air. The cobblestones of the Calle Mayor are worn into shallow grooves by centuries of cartwheels. You can feel the grooves through the soles of your boots. Two parallel depressions running the length of the street. 1,000 years of commerce, compressed into the topography of stone. The old town climbs the hillside on the left bank of the Ega, its medieval streets layered one above another like the strata of the geological past you have been walking through all day. The lowest streets are the newest, the highest the oldest. The town grew downhill over the centuries, spreading from its defensive summit toward the commerce of the river. The Frankish settlers who arrived in the 11th century built their quarter along the river, where trade was easiest. They spoke Occitan, a language of southern France. They built in the style they knew with wide arched doorways and carved stone facades. Their influence is visible everywhere along the Calle Mayor, in the proportions of the buildings, in the shapes of the windows. The smell of roasting peppers drifts from somewhere nearby. Pimientos del piquillo, the small sweet red peppers of Navarra, roasted over open flames until their skins blacken and peel away. The smell is rich and smoky and warm. The smell of a kitchen preparing for evening, of food being made with care and without hurry. Estella, Lizarra in Basque, a substantial town of some 14,000 people straddling the Ega River. You have arrived. 21.5 kilometers from where you started this morning, standing on the ancient bridge over the Arga. The town was founded in 1090, when King Sancho Ramirez of Pamplona granted a charter to the settlement beside the older fortified Basque town of Lizarra. The king had a plan. He deliberately routed the Camino de Santiago through Estella, knowing that pilgrims meant commerce, and commerce meant prosperity. He invited Frankish settlers to populate the town, mainly Occitans from Auvergne and Limousin in what is now southern France. He granted them tax privileges and land. They came, and they built, and the town grew quickly into a prosperous trading center. At its height, Estella was a town of 3 communities, the Franks in their quarter along the Calle Mayor, the Navarrese in the older settlement of Lizarra on the hilltop above, and a Jewish community established in the late 11th century that became one of the most prosperous in all of Navarra. Each community had its own parish, its own laws, its own language. And yet they shared the same streets, the same river, the same marketplace. The town was a meeting point, a place where the cultures of medieval Europe intersected and, for a time, coexisted. The cloister of San Pedro de la Rua is open to the sky where the missing galleries once stood. Grass grows in the enclosed garden, untended and peaceful. The surviving columns cast long shadows in the evening light, their carved capitals telling stories to no one with infinite patience. The 12th century Codex Calixtinus, the medieval pilgrim guide likely written by the French monk Aymeric Picard around 1140, praised Estella as a town of good bread, excellent wine, abundant meat and fish, and full of all felicities. Picard was less generous about the Navarrese people in general, accusing them of eating without cutlery, but he admired the town. You walk along the Calle Mayor, the old pilgrim street, through the Frankish quarter. The buildings on either side are medieval and Renaissance, their facades of golden sandstone, their doorways carved with coats of arms and merchant symbols. The smell of roasting peppers and baking bread drifts from the kitchens. Most Romanesque buildings that survive are churches. Stone churches endured because communities continued to use them, continued to repair them, continued to invest in their preservation. But secular buildings, palaces and houses and market halls were abandoned when they were no longer needed, and they crumbled. This palace is the exception. It survived because Estella never stopped being a town of importance. The San Miguel portal faces north, which means it never receives direct sunlight. The carvings have been preserved by shadow, protected from the weathering that the south-facing walls have endured. The detail remains sharp after 8 centuries. The feathers on the archangel's wings, the folds of the women's robes, the empty tomb carved from stone and yet somehow conveying absence. The street leads you to the Plaza de San Martin, the heart of the old town, and here, facing you across the square, stands the palace of the kings of Navarra. The scent of the river reaches you, cool mineral, faintly green. It is the smell of water that has traveled through limestone, picking up the dissolved memory of the ancient seabed, carrying it downstream toward the Ebro, toward the Mediterranean, toward the open sea. It is a 12th century building, and it is one of only 2 surviving examples of Romanesque civil architecture in all of Spain. Not a church, not a monastery, a palace. A building where people lived and governed and made decisions that shaped the kingdom. And it has survived for nearly 900 years. The facade is elegant and restrained. 2 stories of round-arched windows, dressed stone, carved capitals. The proportions are balanced and harmonious. It was built to impress, but it impresses quietly, through grace rather than scale. One carved capital on the facade depicts the legendary combat between Roland and the giant Farragut. This episode comes from the Pseudo-Turpin Chronicle, a medieval text that was enormously popular among pilgrims walking to Santiago. Roland, the Christian knight, defeats the pagan giant through faith and cleverness. The carving is worn but legible, the 2 figures locked in their ancient struggle. The palace was declared a national monument in 1931. Today it houses the Gustavo de Mastu Art Museum, but you do not go inside. You simply stand in the square and look at the building in the evening light. The stone is warm and golden pigeons coo softly in the eaves. Across the square, a stairway climbs steeply to the church of San Pedro de la Rua, the oldest church in Estella built in the 12th century. Its portico of lobed arches shows the same Arab influence you saw this morning in Siroki, the pattern repeating, the same thread woven through the fabric of Navarra. The church has a Romanesque cloister, considered one of the finest in Navarra. Twin columns support intricately carved capitals depicting biblical scenes, foliage, and fantastical beasts. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. Each capital is a world in miniature, dense with detail, alive with imagination. Only 2 of the 4 galleries survive. The western and northern wings were destroyed in 1572, when the castle of Zalatombor on the hill above was demolished by order of Philip II. The explosion brought down half the cloister. What remains is beautiful and incomplete, a masterpiece interrupted. There is a particular kind of beauty in survival. These 2 galleries have stood open to the sky where the other 2 once joined them, exposed and unfinished, for over 400 years, and they are no less graceful for it, perhaps more so. Somewhere in the town, someone is playing a guitar. The notes drift down toward the river, fragmentary and unhurried, a melody that starts and starts again. It is not a performance. It is someone playing for themselves in a room with an open window, letting the music escape into the evening. You descend the stairs and cross the square again. The evening light slants across the golden stone, deepening the shadows in the carved doorways, warming the walls to a color that is almost amber. The air is cooling. The day's warmth is retreating slowly into the stone. On a terrace above the river, the Church of San Miguel occupies a commanding position. It was begun in the late 12th century, and its north portal, created between 1187 and 1196, is considered a jewel of late Romanesque art in Spain. 5 round archivolts frame the doorway, each decorated with figurative sculpture. On either side, masterful stone reliefs depict the Archangel Michael defeating the devil on the left, and the 3 Marys visiting the empty tomb on the right. The figures are expressive and fluid, already reaching toward the Gothic sensibility that would follow. These carvings were made by hands that understood both the weight of stone and the lightness of fabric, the tension of muscle and the stillness of grief. They are among the finest Romanesque sculptures in Navarra, and they have been here, exposed to rain and sun and frost for more than 800 years. You walk down toward the river. The Ega flows through the center of Estella, beneath old stone bridges, its water murmuring over a bed of worn cobbles. The sound is constant and soothing, a low accompaniment to the evening quiet of the town. You find a bench on the riverbank and sit. The stone is warm beneath you. Your legs are tired, your feet are heavy. 21.5 kilometers of walking, from the bridge over the Arga to the banks of the Ega. 2 rivers, 1 day, 1,000 years of history between them. The Jewish quarter of Estella was established in the late 11th century. For 200 years, it thrived. Jewish families ran businesses, owned property, contributed to the intellectual and commercial life of the town. They lived alongside the Franks and the Navarrese in a delicate, imperfect balance. The Ega is a generous river. It gives Estella its water, its beauty, its sense of peace. The town was built around it, shaped by it, sustained by it. Without the river, there would be no town. Without the town, the river would flow on regardless. There is a lesson in that, if you want one. But you do not need to want anything tonight. The massacre of 1328 was not unique to Estella. It was part of a wider pattern across medieval Europe, where Jewish communities were attacked during times of political instability, blamed for misfortunes they had no part in. The pattern repeated in country after country, century after century. Estella's story is one chapter in a much longer and darker book. In 1328, that balance broke. A wave of anti-Jewish violence swept across Navarra, triggered by a disputed royal succession. Thousands of Jewish people across the kingdom were killed. The community in Estella was devastated. The quarter was later repopulated, but it never fully recovered. The memory lingers in the streets, quiet and heavy, like the smell of old stone. History is not always beautiful. The Camino passes through places of great kindness and places of great cruelty, sometimes the same place. Estella is both. It is a town that welcomed pilgrims from across Europe and also destroyed its own neighbors. To walk through it honestly is to hold both truths at once. The river does not judge. It flows on, as it has always flowed, carrying the reflected light of the evening sky downstream. The water is clear and shallow. You can see the stones on the bottom, smooth and pale, worn by the same patient current that has been shaping them since long before the town was built. The air cools around you. The sun is low now, touching the tops of the buildings on the far bank, painting the upper walls in shades of gold and amber while the lower streets settle into shadow. The transition from day to evening is slow and gentle, one shade melting into the next. Swallows circle the bell towers of the churches, swooping low over the river, catching the last insects of the day in their wide, soft mouths. Their flight paths cross and recross, tracing invisible patterns against the darkening sky. You have been walking for 5 days now, 5 stages of the Camino Frances. You crossed the Pyrenees on the first day, descending through beech forest into Roncesvalles. You followed the Arga River through green valleys and quiet villages. You climbed the Alto del Perdón and saw the bronze pilgrims standing on the ridge against the sky. Your shadow stretches long before you as you walk the final streets. It reaches the walls of the buildings ahead, climbing them, dissolving into the general shadow of evening. Soon there will be no shadows at all, only the soft, even darkness of night. And today, you walked from one river to another, through vineyards and cereal fields, over a Roman road 2,000 years old, past hilltop villages and Romanesque churches, to arrive here, on the banks of the Iga, in a town that the medieval pilgrims called full of all felicity. This is the end of the first section of the Camino, the Pyrenees and Navarra, 5 stages, 115 kilometers, from the foot of the mountains to the wine country of the Iga Valley. A chapter is ending. Tomorrow you will continue west into a new landscape. The terrain will change, the accent will change, the character of the villages will shift. But that is tomorrow. Tonight you are here, beside the river in the warm stone town of Estella, and there is nowhere else you need to be. The river murmurs beneath the bridges. It is a sound without beginning or ending, continuous and soft, the kind of sound that fills a silence without breaking it. You let it wash over you. Your body is tired in the particular way that only walking can produce. Not the sharp fatigue of exertion, but a deep, even weariness that reaches into every muscle. Your feet are heavy. Your shoulders have settled. Your breathing is slow and steady. The evening air carries the sound of the town settling into night. Shutters being drawn, a TV murmuring behind a wall. Footsteps on the pavement, unhurried, growing softer as they move away. The town contracts gently, drawing inward, like a hand slowly closing. The Iga is a smaller river than the Arga, but it has the same patient quality. It does not rush. It moves at the pace of the landscape, shaped by the same limestone, fed by the same rains, flowing toward the same distant sea. You followed one river out of the morning and arrived at another by evening. The Camino is, in many ways, a journey from river to river. The first stars appear above the rooftops. Faint at first, barely distinguishable from the pale blue of the sky, then slowly brightening as the light drains away. One by one, they emerge, as though they had been there all along, waiting for the darkness to reveal them. The church bells ring the hour, a single, deep note resonating across the river valley, echoing off the stone walls of the old town. It fades slowly, the vibration lingering in the air long after the sound has gone. Then silence, then the river again. Think of the road you walked today. The smooth stone of the Romanesque bridge at dawn, the vineyard-covered slopes with their crimson leaves, the spiral streets of Sirauki, the ancient Roman paving stones beneath your feet, the wine fountain at Urache, the golden facade of the palace in the evening light. Each image softens as you hold it. The details blur, the colors mute, the edges dissolve. You are not trying to remember. You are letting the day settle like sediment in still water, drifting slowly downward. The warmth drains slowly from the stone. You can feel it changing beneath your hands if you touch the wall beside you. The stone that was warm an hour ago is now merely cool. By morning it will be cold, and then the sun will return and the stone will warm again, as it has done every day for 900 years. You think of the Roman road. Those pale gray slabs fitted together with such care, carrying travelers across this landscape for 2 millennia. You walked on them today. Your feet touch the same stone that Roman feet touched. The thought does not make you feel small. It makes you feel connected, part of a line of travelers stretching back through time. The Camino has been walked for over 1,000 years. You are one of millions. And yet the walk is yours. No one has taken exactly the steps you took today at exactly the time you took them, noticing exactly the things you noticed. The path is shared. The experience is your own. The stone beneath you is warm. The air around you is cool. The river flows on. These are the only facts that matter now. 5 days of walking. 5 days of putting one foot in front of the other, of moving through the world at the oldest human pace. You have not rushed. You have not hurried. You have simply walked, and the world has unfolded around you, slowly, generously, without demand. The Pyrenees are behind you now. The high passes, the beech forests, the mountain mist. Navarra is behind you too, or nearly. Its vineyards, its hilltop villages, its golden stone, all of it held in the quiet space between memory and sleep. The river murmurs on. The stars brighten. The town settles into its ancient evening quiet. The same quiet it has known for 1,000 years. The same quiet it will know for 1,000 more. Your eyes are heavy now. Let them be heavy. There is nothing left to see tonight. Only the dark shapes of the rooftops against the sky, and the faint silver thread of the river below, and the stars turning slowly above you. The first section of the Camino is complete. You have walked from the French border to the heart of Navarra. You have crossed mountains and rivers, followed ancient roads, passed through villages that have sheltered pilgrims for 1,000 years. And now you rest. The Ega flows beneath the bridges of Estella. The sound is constant and quiet, a gentle, unbroken murmur that asks nothing of you. It does not ask you to listen. It does not ask you to stay awake. It simply flows, as rivers do, carrying the darkness downstream. Your breathing slows. Your body grows heavier. The warmth of the stone beneath you, the coolness of the air around you, the sound of the water below. These sensations blend together, softening, dissolving, becoming one quiet feeling that has no name. Sleep is not far now. It is already here, at the edges, waiting patiently. Like the river, like the stars. Let it come. Let the day go. Let the road go. Let Estella hold you in its ancient quiet, in the warmth of its golden stone, beside the murmur of the Ega. The 5th day is done. The first chapter of the pilgrimage is complete. Rest now. Sleep well. The road will be there in the morning. You have walked from Puente la Reina to Estella, 21 kilometers of Roman roads and vineyards, hilltop villages and quiet river valleys. 5 days now since Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port. The Pyrenees are behind you. Navarra is behind you. Rest here on the banks of the Ega. The first chapter of the pilgrimage is complete. Tonight there is only the river, the old stones, and sleep. This episode was produced by The Long Road. Sleep